Great. Good afternoon. This is the April 10th, 2019 meeting of the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. Can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres, Director Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Director Harris. Vice President London.
Here.
President Ng. Quorum present.
Great. We are now going to recess into closed session, at which time we will be discussing personnel matters, real property matters, student discipline matters. Anything else? I believe that's...
And all items that are printed on the
and
agenda.
all items printed in our agenda. We will return as close to 5:30 as possible. Thank you.
All right, if board members can make their way back, we are ready to reconvene to public session. We can have everyone's attention. We're ready to reconvene to public session. Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a second roll call, please?
On the second attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee, Director Torres,
You're fine.
Director Gonzalez,
I'm here.
Director Harris, Vice President London,
Here.
President Ng,
Here.
quorum present.
Thank you. We apologize for the delay. We had a lot of business to take care of since we only had one board meeting in March. So we apologize that we are off to a little bit late of a start here. But we thank you for joining us and for tuning in. Before we begin, I will first of all say that there was no reportable actions taken in closed session today. And then I will review our oath of office and meeting norms for the board. The oath of office is printed in the agenda. I will not read that here today, but I did want to go over our meeting norms for our board meetings. They are honoring the time, acting as a collective body, checking for understanding and surfacing assumptions, sharing divergent views, and we value this as a learning opportunity, celebrate successes and each other's contributions. We want to presume positive intent. We want to, we really want to say that we do not support personal attacks. We want to be hard on the issues, and we understand that we don't always agree on issues, but we want to keep a dialogue civil, and we want to make sure that we are not attacking one another personally. We will be reinforcing our norms throughout the meeting. So with that, for our special orders...
Madam President, before you move forward, we had speakers on the oath of office and to reconvene the public session. And for both of those items, it was Ms. Carol Delton.
Okay.
Those items aren't part of, I don't believe they're subject to individual public comment, President Ng, under our bylaws. I believe
G is.
G is. Okay. I just want to notice to the community that I am still recovering from a foot injury, and I need to keep my foot elevated. So if I'm not facing you, it's because I'm taking care of my health. And thank you for your understanding.
Thank you. Ms. Delton, are you here to speak on the above items? I do not see her, so I will be moving on. We are on item I, which is special orders of the day. We have a wonderful opportunity to recognize some of our wonderful classified employees of the year for 2018-19. So we will bring up our, yes. We'll bring up our Chief of Talent, Ms. Tara Gard, to introduce this item and our Employees of the Year.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. Tonight we are honored to recognize Oakland Unified School District 6 2018-19 Classified School Employees of the Year. The overall purpose of the Classified School Employees of the Year program is to pay tribute to the unwavering efforts of outstanding classified school employees who support the education of our students from preschool through grade 12. Classified employees are vital staff members who play key roles in creating school environments who promote student achievement, safety, and health. We have aligned our selection criteria and process on California Department of Education's program. All our awardees are automatically submitted for consideration to Alameda County Office of Education for their selections, which are then submitted to the state competition. Winners in each category were selected based on nominations that detail outstanding performance in the following areas: work performance, school and community involvement, leadership and commitment, above and beyond contributions to school and student success, and our district values. We'd like to both thank and wholeheartedly congratulate each one of you for your service to Oakland's children. This evening, we are proud to honor the following employees in each 6 categories. The first category, I'd like to call up Miss Yolanda Cox, which is Food Service Assistant 1 from Burkhalter Elementary, and the category is Child Nutrition Services. Yolanda? I'm going to read to you a few things that people have said about Yolanda and as recognition. She's continuously helping students. She doesn't want a student to go hungry. She's actually also there for parents. They come back to school to give Miss Cox updates on their kids. There's a particular student with autism who is nonverbal. She likes to come into the cafeteria after the bell rings. Some people wouldn't do that, but Miss Cox would let the student come in, and now she's begun speaking to Miss Cox. We have had conversations about how we are parents in place of parents at the school, and that stretches for everything. So we want to thank Miss Cox tonight. And I'm going to give you another. You want to say something? No. Okay, so our next category is Maintenance, Operations, and Facilities. Mr. Dana Wood, custodian at Bridges Academy. So a few words from his support team that nominated Mr. Wood. Mr. Wood keeps our school squeaky clean. He works extremely hard by not just sweeping and mopping the hallways every day, but also polishing them to the degree that they shine and you can see your own reflection in them. Even though he does not speak Spanish, he has taken it upon himself to use an app to learn Spanish. He wants to relate to the community he serves. You hear him talk to our students, and when he sees them running in the hallways, he's always shouting at them. Oh, no. To walk. During our Bulldog Bashes, you will find Mr. Wood dancing with our students. He wants every student to know he's there. We have a CDC, we have an SDC. The students have a lot of trust with him. He cools them down and prevents situations from escalating. He takes the time to talk with them and ask what the issues are. And these are only a few reasons why Mr. Wood has been nominated tonight. You want to say some more? Okay, Our next category is office and technical. And this is Miss Karen Bullocks, administrative assistant to, she is at Glenview Elementary. You want to come up? These are a few words from the team over at Glenview. Miss Bullocks is a servant leader and relies on her faith in all aspects of her life, especially in her job where she interfaces with many people throughout the day. She transitioned from our central offices to school sites this year and brought along her kind spirit and expertise. In conversation with various staff members, they stated the following about Miss Bullocks. She wears the hat of a counselor, nurse, and provider. The Glenview community gained a blessing and a rare gem when we got the talented, awesome, wonderful, and truly blessed Miss Bullocks. She makes it her duty to become familiar with parents, staff, and children, makes it a point to learn students' names, sees when kids are in the office for emotional needs, and supports them by providing safe and warm guidance. She has a growth mindset. She loves kids and makes sure she meets their needs. Miss Bullocks uses humor to lift up our kids and staff. And that's a few reasons why we're nominated and we have selected you. Thank you. She would also like to say a few words.
Good evening, board, community. Congratulations, fellow nominees. I would like to thank Glenview Principal Rachel Quinn, staff, and school community for welcoming and receiving me at their site. I want to thank my team, Mia Settles Tidwell, Sheila White, and Dr. Carly Henderson, Kimberly Rainey back there somewhere. And just want to tell you that my 20 plus years at OUSD has been a journey. And like any journey, it's been full of twists, turns, and changes. But I realized that our journeys are meant to make us who we are to become. So I would encourage you, if you're transitioning and changing, embrace change. Don't curse Providence. And you will have the faith that you need to be at peace wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next award is Para Educator and Instructional Assistant category, and we have Miss Margaret Ayambusi. A few things that have been said about Margaret. The primary reason that prompted me to nominate Margaret is her consistency to perform her duties to optimum levels possible. Working with students in the moderate to severe program as a paraeducator entails knowledge and skills to best serve the students and willingness to perform duties without hesitation, from changing diapers to feeding, from pushing wheelchairs to preparing materials and implementing instructional programs, and to keeping students safe at all times. Sometimes consistency is hard to maintain, but consistency is what made her an excellent team player at our school, not just for this year, but for many years. If the teacher is not available at certain times, she ensures that students are safe and routine is being followed. She has good memory too, and that helps a lot to keep us on track and on task. In serving our students, she attends team meetings and will try her best to engage students accordingly to meet their IEP goals. She has the initiative to suggest, comment, ask questions, and share techniques or strategies as necessary just to do her job right. She's very motherly but firm. She's great at setting limits. When I write my reports about students in the class, she's always great at highlighting strengths about what students are able to do and how they're using their strengths in the classroom to achieve their goals. So thank you. You didn't want to say anything. No? So our next category is school security and support. And here we have Mr. Curtis Devereaux, SSO 1 at Lafayette Elementary. You're welcome. So a few things about Curtis. Curtis is there every day, assisting students, parents, and staff in all manners of support, from using various strategies to calming students down, making sure they are safe, and being a mentor, to diffusing parent conflict, showing them the necessary services, or making sure all staff are safe and feel listened to. Curtis is skilled in diffusing student stress, shows that he cares and has a calming presence to many of our students. He has a lot of duties that require great communication skills, where he's communicating with staff, students, our families. He comes from a place of nurturing. He keeps everything safe. One example, a student in an SDC class was having a hard time listening to the teacher. He brought the student outside and spoke with him very calmly and mitigated the situation. He even has such a great relationship with bus drivers. He knows which buses the students are on, so if they're late, he knows who to call. He will stay and ensure students get on the right bus or check the estimated time. And we thank you. I'm going to let you, he's going to say a few words.
To the board members, I would like to, wow. Thank you very much for selecting me for this award. And I am humbly grateful. And to mention the late Manette Theart, she showed me the way how to be a security officer. I'm humbly grateful to be here. And not only that, my supporting staff at Lafayette Elementary that has my back, appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
Excuse me. Okay, and finally we have transportation, and this is Gregory Brumfield, but he's not able to be here tonight. So I'll just say a quick thing about Gregory. He's a truck driver from warehouse and distribution, and one of the things that was said about him is he's a great communicator, he's an independent worker. You never have to wonder, did he do it? It's done. He might call you to make sure he's done it well. He knows the job, all aspects of the job. And we will see him and our other nominees or awardees at our Honoring Our Own, which is in May 23rd. So we'll be able to share some celebration there. So again, we'd like to thank our amazing classified employees, and thank you, board. If you want to come down and take a picture with them, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to all the honorees. We will go down. We just need to formalize. Unfortunately, I forgot to call for a motion before we started. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Item I-1, moved by Vice President London, and it was seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Do we need to, do you want to take roll call now? Okay. We're going to take roll call on this item before we go take a group photo.
Well, we can do it the short way. Without objection, it's approved. Hearing no objection, it was unanimous.
Wonderful. we're going to come down for a group shot now. If all the awardees could come back up, that would be great. We'd love to capture a photo of all of you together.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, young man. Thank you.
You guys will be in the back.
Buffaloes.
Buffaloes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
So once again, we want to congratulate all of our honorees. We'll see you at the May 23rd event. And thank you so much again for all your hard work and dedication and commitment to OUSD.
Madam President, we have one speaker on this item, Tremaine Moore.
I'd like to say good evening to everyone, to the board. My name is Tremaine Moore. I am the assistant principal at Martin Luther King Lafayette Elementary, and I stand here on behalf of our executive principal, Roma Groves Waters, who was unable to be here on tonight, but we just wanted to say congratulations to all of the awardees and a special congratulations to Mr. Curtis Devereaux for all of the hard work and effort that he put in every single day. And on behalf of other staff that's in the back representing our school, Mr. Devereaux, just want to say we appreciate you and we love you. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we will take any modifications to the agenda. Director Yee.
Madam President, I would like to, I don't know if this is the right time to do it, but I need to pull an item off the consent agenda.
Yes, which item?
Now I have to look it up.
Okay.
It's in reference to a proposed award contract with the Building Trades Council, and they were a supporter of me during my campaign, and I don't think it's appropriate, and so I feel like I should recuse myself from that item. So I'd like to pull that for that purpose.
Great. If you could,
I'll find
if you
it.
could find the item, that would be great. Director Hinton Hodge, did you have an item also to pull?
Yes, P70, I believe it is. And yes, and it's absolute in support of it, but just wanted to pull it and acknowledge it because it is a historic trip for Montera and the community support behind it.
Wonderful. So we're pulling P70, which is found on page 56, and Director Yee is getting back to us with his item to pull. Is there any other items?
There's one other.
Okay.
Item number 19-0439. Don't have the alpha at the moment, but this is the Colin Jang architecture contract that is withdrawn for a rewrite of the scope of work, and it will be brought back at the next board meeting.
Great, thank you. Noted.
What?
All right. Can we move on without the item number, or do we need to wait for the item number?
Do we have the item number on Director Yee?
Yeah, I'm still looking.
And the item that I just withdrew is 19-0438. I spoke.
It's the building trades,
All right. So we are just.
Has arrived.
Oh. We are just holding just 1 minute to find that one additional item that is getting pulled.
it's item P3 19-0175.
Great. P3? Wonderful. P3 19-0175.
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
Is there a motion to adopt the general consent
Not yet.
report? Okay. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay. I'm sorry. We are still getting used to a new agenda. This is our first day back from break. Okay, so we are moving on to the student board members report. Do we have a student board member report for today?
All right. Good evening, board members, superintendent, students, families, and community. The All City Council Student Union Governing Board is delighted to share with you all what we have been up to and what we are planning in the next couple of weeks. Coming back from spring break has allowed students to process these recent events that affected families, teachers, and students. The results of the strike have definitely confused plenty of students who are either heavily involved in movements or just simply the casual, quote-unquote, students. Our All City Council Student Union continue to be committed to the student voice on OUSD budget campaign, in particular the need to fund restorative justice and resources to support some of our most in need population of student groups, including foster youth and our Asian Pacific Islander youth. Over the last several weeks, we have been meeting with city, county, and state leaders around these efforts and are excited to see our leaders from outside the district to take efforts to listen what students are saying, what works. We are also excited to welcome Griffin Castillo as our new ACC Vice President. Griffin is joining us as an already committed leader and strong RJ Circle keeper. He is a senior at Oakland Tech. And also, please make sure to attend and invite students to our ACC events coming up, the 10th Annual Youth Action Summit and the ACC elections. This will be our final meeting for the year, and we'll be electing next year's All City Council Governing Board. The event will take place on Friday, May 17th from 9 a.m. through 4 p.m. at the First Unitarian Church of Oakland. This event is for high school students. We will also be having our last middle school All-City Council meeting this upcoming Tuesday, April 16th at Edna Brewer from 12 through 3 p.m. In addition, on Wednesday, April 24th, we will be having our first ACC engagement to bring student voice to the redesign of central office. We encourage all students who are interested in learning more and participating to contact us for more information and save the date. No changes in our district should be made without the direct input from students. We are committed to ensure the voice of students do not get lost or misused. Now, for the following report, I will have to ask our lovely president, how to talk about the rest of the report. Some of the copies will be handed out to you and to some of the public who are interested in having a copy themselves.
Hi, my name is Zihao. I'm a senior at Oakland Tech, and I'm the president of All City Council Student Union. I will be delivering an address. So, dear superintendent, board members, students, families, and community, on behalf of our All City Council Student Union's governing board, this is in response to the recent event surrounding the leak of emails from one of the city's elected member of the Board of Education for Oakland Unified School District, representing District 3, Director Hinton Hodge. As students, we are deeply disappointed by the actions taken in an effort to disrupt the success of a hard-working Oakland student, Hema Kitzel, senior at Life Academy. We as elected student leaders understand the role of Board of Education members to be one of the serving needs of students to speak up and take actions when our students and our school communities are unjustly served or impacted by policies, practices, or conditions that threaten the safety, dignity, and opportunities for an equitable and quality education. Director Hinton Hodge's active attempt to work with lobbyists to block the appointment of Hema Kitzel to the State Board of Education is a clear demonstration of violation of ethics. It is unethical to say you believe in equity and you believe in students first, and then demonstrate the opposite by actively blocking the first Latina and Central American student to be appointed to the State Board of Education. Although the efforts to prevent Hema from being appointed were not successful, we want it to be known that these actions were out of line, disrespectful, and that they will not be tolerated here, not on our watch. While members of the Board of Education may be advocates for student voice and allies for all City Council Student Union policies, we do not condone any actions that contradicts our district core values of students first, joy, equity, culture responsiveness, excellence, most importantly, integrity. We want you all to imagine your children in this situation. What are you willing to do to protect your children from the agendas of adults that are contradictory to the values as a district? What are you willing to do to keep our students safe? On behalf of 37,000 students that our All City Council Student Union represents, we want to recognize the hard work ethic and dedication exhibited by our student leader, Hema Kitzel. We want to appreciate Ms. Hema Kitzel for her diligence and being an unapologetic Latina advocate from East Oakland that stands with students. She has exemplified extraordinary leadership in an ongoing effort to keep quality public education alive and fully funded, not just in Oakland, but throughout California and beyond. We ask the leaders of this district for a formal response on the action that will be taken to hold accountable any and all leaders who display acts of this matter. We also ask for a clear action plan to prevent these types of action in the future. Sincerely, the Oakland All City Council Student Union Governing Board.
Good evening. So my name is Jonathan Piper. I'm a senior at Skyline High School. I'm the media director for All City Council, and Skyline is in District 6. We do have extra copies of the ACC address for any community members who want to have this on record, so it will be available at the table to my right.
So, Director Hinton Hodge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I want to apologize. Is Hema in the audience? I see you. So I want to apologize, and at the same time, I want to thank you. Like, I want to start with on the other side of it, because when after the account on March 1st, you were one of the first people that called me and acknowledged that, like, I was in a tough situation. And one of the things that you said was, we don't always agree, and we don't always have the same politics, but you saw me as a black woman, right? And I appreciated that from you. And so in my conversations with, which was the California Charter School Association, I'm on the advisory board for the Charter School Association, not the Charter School Association, for the state of California. I'm on the advisory board. And so I actually sit in a seat where I send up recommendations to the seat that you're sitting in, right? And so what I found interesting was that there was never really a lot of dialogue between you and I, because we actually sat in very different spaces around charter schools. We had some conversation, I think, over the DS. I think we debated it in a way that was civil. It was not divisive. And by no means, you as a young Latina, did I ever think was not correct, was not a strong leader, was not someone that had the right to speak up for what you believed in. I just don't believe in all of those same things. And so in the conversations with, and I take to your words around calling them lobbyists, yes, I guess an association is in that particular kind of way, but it was by no means to lobby. I wasn't in any position to make recommendations or whatever. People were actually, frankly, concerned about your power. And to that extent, I would say, and what I said to them is that, yes, she is very powerful. So I would never, I'm so glad I just turned 55, right? Because I'm having this experience around looking at who I am and standing in my own integrity and standing in my own truth around things. And so you, as a young Latina, can speak on and do and be anything that you want to be. As we sit in these particular spaces, we will disagree. And I disagree with some of your stances around choice and around opportunity for students. We've never necessarily had that debate particularly, and I'm okay with having it. So to that, I don't make excuses. I apologize to you deeply and to the other students that I've actually worked with. If I disagree with you, I am going to say that I disagree with you, but I just want to be really clear in standing in integrity. I didn't do any working or forces against in any kind of way. Like I don't spend energy in that particular kind of way. I just knew that when I thought about what was happening in the state of California and what I believe about choice and what I believe parents like myself need to have and my children needed to have in my own family, it's an important thing for me to protect. So, you have power. By no means did I believe that you did not have power. So again, I deeply apologize, and to other student leaders as well, and to this board.
Yeah, before we wrap up everything else, I have a few things to say about the situation. And so, Director Hodge, I am frankly very much more than disappointed with the recent steps that have been shined upon recently. And so, I am very concerned with the commitment and hopes Yota and I have to fully represent our fellow students by having the legal vote and being allowed in the closed session to actually make educated decisions on behalf of our students. Yes, it might have been for political reasons. I completely understand the nature of that. But what is very eye-opening to me is the will one can have to fulfill an agenda that is very concerning towards we, the people.
I would absolutely agree with that, and I think that we're sitting in a time in this country where, and in Oakland in particular, the notion of who defines we is something that actually it's not debatable. Your we is an important we, and my we is an important we as well, right? And so we all show up in many ways to represent that. And the point is, right, not to be, I think in a lot of ways, being personal, being divisive, being in a space where we can't listen or hear one another in this work. So that's what I would say. So I've been, I think that in this last period of time, there's just been a lot of push around people aren't black enough, people aren't down enough, people aren't about young people, and there's a lot of judgment. And at the same time, we're all sitting in the center of this, really trying to deal with inequities and different tactics and different ways to kind of address them. So, and thanks for the dialogue. I would appreciate maybe another conversation that is not as public. This is fine. I will deal with it, obviously. But I would really appreciate to have some kind of opportunity to sit down, and I would say that to you as well, Hema. Thanks.
Can we move on? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you for that dialogue. At this time, we are not doing public comments. We go through the rest of the reports before taking public comment. Is there any other comments by any board members or questions to student directors before we move on? All right, so we will move on to item L, the president's report. I don't have a lot to report on. I hope everyone had a wonderful spring break and a nice week off. I did want to mention that we had our first education partnership committee with the city of Oakland on Monday, April 1st. It was Cesar Chavez Day, so unfortunately, some of our staff and student directors that we had reached out to were not able to make it, but Director Torres, Director Hinton Hodge, and Vice President London were there. And I did want to mention that the two big topics were around our budget and around, there was a kind of high-level overview around our asset management policy. And we did talk pretty extensively around some of the student priorities and around some of the budget reductions. And the city council members did seem very favorable about working with the district, continuing to work with the district, and several of them had met with many students already, and discussed continuing to seek ways to restore restorative justice and some of the other priorities. And as part of the presentation, we also had a link to the student survey and some specific areas that we would like to seek partnership, including the areas that have that you had outlined already, Student Director Chavez. And then in addition, we did have in addition to that meeting, we did have our a first joint audit and budget and finance committee that was chaired by Director Gonzalez. This was an experiment that I think went quite well to be able to have both the audit committee and members of the budget and finance committee there as well. We are going to try it another time. I know that there was some complaints that there wasn't enough noticing, but we thought it was pretty successful, and we were pleased to be joined by our CFO, Ms. Roxas, there as well. And so we will be joining the audit committee at their next regular meeting, which is Monday, May 6th. And finally, today I did have the opportunity to go up to Sacramento and testify as part of AB 1505. That item subsequently did pass on from the committee, is what we've heard. But Assemblymember Bonta was a co-sponsor of the bill, and we were well represented from Oakland Unified.
Can you share, President Ng, what is AB 1505 about?
AB 1505 talked about looking at the authorization process, and specifically around for charter schools, and looking at in addition to academic impact, also looking at facilities and financial impact. So we were asked to be part of the official testimony speaking in support. And since we as a board, as part of our legislative platform and subsequently part of the bill package, voted in favor of it, I did go and represent the board in that capacity to speak in support of the legislative item. Great. So that is my report for today. We can move on to item M, which is the superintendent's report.
All right, thank you, Board President. Good evening, members of the community and members of the board. What I'm going to provide are just some of our latest updates and highlights of our progress towards our 3 district priorities: fiscal vitality, quality community schools in every neighborhood, and organizational resilience. I have the full report here, which I will not bore you and read word for word. It's there for you to have more detailed information. I am going to just lift up some highlights. So one, I'd like to start with one of our more recent shifts around our fiscal vitality, which is our intensive intervention provided by the Alameda County of Education. So the Alameda County of Education and Oakland Unified School District have initiated a short-term collaboration in which the Alameda County of Education will provide intensive support and technical assistance to the fiscal operations of the district. This initiative is intended to assist OUSD in accelerating the improvements it has been focused on over the past year in order to achieve greater fiscal stability and fully implement our fiscal vitality plan. Alameda County Superintendent Monroe and myself have collaborated to establish this plan for assistance from ACOE, which is designed to provide specific and concentrated assistance to OUSD finance staff with the goal of administering significant and immediate support for OUSD's fiscal processes and systems. So actually today was the first day the support has started. There were 3 staff members from the county that met for a considerable amount of time with staff to look at and start to better understand where our challenges are in terms of payroll, in terms of our processes, so that we can improve some of the root causes that have been challenges for us for many decades as a district. While engaging in this support, ACOE continues its fiscal oversight role as mandated by AB 1200, which includes reviewing the district's annual budget and interim financial reports to ensure that the district can meet its financial obligations. OUSD's Board of Directors will maintain full local control and will receive updates on the progress of the collaboration. Fiscal Oversight Trustee Chris Learned will continue to monitor and evaluate OUSD's decisions that impact the district's fiscal health, and OUSD's Chief Financial Officer, I'll ask her to stand up at this present time, Ophelia, will continue to lead the fiscal team during the collaboration. We will continue to bring updates about this partnership in future board meetings. Also, I wanted to share, in the spirit of fiscal vitality, that we will be continuing our support around the APISA program for next year. And just a reminder, I mentioned this at the last board meeting, that our mayor has pledged $1.2 million in the city budget to support restorative justice. And I think that is thanks to, I know that is in thanks to the collective efforts of both our student leadership, our board leadership, and the community. So we should have the final decisions around that in May. We, the district, have continued to pursue private foundation dollars, and so we've submitted proposals, and we believe we'll have the final results of those submissions in May as well. So again, I just want to thank the village and everyone working together to ensure that in these challenging times that we're still able to provide support for our programs that we know make a difference for our students. So just a deep appreciation to everyone. Next, I just want to highlight some of our elementary schools in Network 4. Every superintendent report, I try to lift up some of the wonderful things that are going on in our schools. So I just like to highlight some of the progress that we're seeing in terms of reading achievement and mathematics achievement for Lincoln, Redwood Heights, Fruitvale, Futures, and Joaquin Miller. You can see the details in the reports. I also want to highlight Glenview, Parker, Piedmont, Redwood Heights, and Sequoia for their extraordinary work around their school engagement, students, parents, and community around the California Kids Healthy Survey, which we refer to internally as the CHICS survey. It's a survey that provides schools just information on how safe the school culture is. These particular schools have made some improvements in how they're using that information to improve the school culture and climate for the schools. I'd also like to give a shout out to Claremont Middle School. It is now a California Distinguished School, and it was named this honor in 2019 by the State Department of Education. Claremont, pause. Let's give it up for Claremont, guys, come on. Claremont is one of 162 middle and high schools in the state, and the only one at Oakland, for now, to receive this recognition. So just a deep appreciation to that community for their hard work. I also, because I don't think you can celebrate and brag on this enough, want to give a shout out to the Oakland Tech and Oakland High School girls basketball teams, state champions. Wonderful honor. And all I have to say to that is girl power, baby. Go girls, and let's keep it up. Looking forward to getting more championships. I'd like to recognize Chris Nelson, who's in the audience. You can give a woot woot, Chris. There are some details about some of the wonderful work that the adult education team is doing. You will see that in here, so please take a look. It is there for your reading pleasure. Lastly, I just want to take a few minutes to talk about our teacher and leadership pipelines. We've been talking about, even with all of these really tough decisions, the need to be clear about what are our priorities. And we've lifted up, whether it's been in different advisory groups, fiscal vitality plan, in schools, just the need to focus on retention. And we've been focusing on this a lot in the district. I just came back from a national conference, and it's what everyone is talking about. There's deep just concern around the lack of people coming into education, from teachers to principals. There was one superintendent that mentioned a statistic that 40% of superintendents around the country will be retiring in the next 4 to 5 years. So this notion of getting serious about pipelines so that we have stability is very important. It's been something that the talent team, in conjunction with a lot of community, has been working on. And even though we've been strapped financially, they've put a lot of energy into looking for other ways of fundraising. And so some of those efforts are beginning to pay off, and I just want to share some of those with you. In late December, we received the Local Solutions Grant to support recruitment and retention of special education teachers. So these dollars will help to support debt relief, tuition assistance, testing support, and professional development, including mentor stipends and paid trainings. This particular grant is for a total of $380,000. The team also was recently awarded the STEM Residency Expansion Grant, which is for about $240,000 a year for the next 4 years. It is a partnership with UC Berkeley and CSU East Bay, in partnership with the Trellis Teacher Scholars. The team has also solidified a $45,000 investment from Haas Senior Foundation to support our community schools and student services work around developing youth workers and after-school staff into teachers. So that's a pipeline that we've been working on for the past couple of years. And we are waiting, fingers crossed, to receive the final word from Salesforce Foundation for a grant of about $730,000. And this is about building a comprehensive career ladder in middle school. Middle school is where we tend to lose, and many districts tend to lose, a lot of teachers, particularly in hard-to-staff areas such as special education, math, and science. So the vision there is to really start with students all the way through to try to make sure that we're getting a more diverse pipeline. And so we're really excited and hoping that we will be able to get that funding as well. In terms of some of the pipeline programs that we have that we want to continue to grow, I just mentioned our after school to teacher pipeline. We had 8 teachers that were being supported, and the 3rd cohort started this January. We also have a classified to teacher pipeline, which was launched in 2017. There are currently 40 classified employees that are being supported by the pipeline, and the 4th additional candidates, the new cohort, started in January as well. So we will continue those efforts just as one strategy towards working towards improving our retention as a district. So thank you. Those are the updates for now.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. Is there any questions by the board? Looks like Vice President Lennon, why don't you start?
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm very excited about many of the things in your report, particularly the work to develop more pipelines and create more opportunities for our staff. I just want to note, we discussed at the Education Partnership Committee on April 1st with our colleagues on the City Council the grant, the allocation from the mayor's budget, from the city's budget, to support some of our initiatives. And the city council members were very clear with us that they did not view this as an ongoing commitment. They view it as a 1 or 2 year opportunity for them to help us fill a gap while we identify a more stable funding source. So I look forward to working with you and the community on not only the full and fair funding work, which I think is really crucial, but also thinking within Oakland, because we have chosen a model, a full service community school district model that tends to be more expensive than models that other districts might operate, how we can establish endowments or other sources of funding to really provide the services that our community needs and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions by the board? Director Hinton-Hodge.
I actually have kind of a similar comment, just this question around sustainability around our programs, and just like the reality that we are not exactly a full service community school because we can't really afford it. Like that's what's been constantly clear around our structural deficits. We can't constantly cut. We have to look at multiple strategies, and so I'm okay with getting the city to support particular kinds of things, but I think as we move on, this is to us, like, we've got to really look at how we generate revenue, right, and income to come into this district. And so, I'm just very concerned about the kind of one-time dollars. And the other thing is that having to sit in this space right now of humbleness. We talk about this district of being a restorative justice kind of district, and yet I'm always witnessing us like not behave that way, right? So to the students' point around being equitable, being student first, being joyful, being restorative, right? Like, what does that really look like, and how do we do that in practice with one another when we harm each other? So there's been a lot of talk inside the city, restorative justice, let's fund that. That's everyone all talked about. People were willing, students were willing to be like, let's not fight for foster care right now. Like, what do we bargain? What do we negotiate for? So I just want to continually say I am not okay with the foster case managers that were not put together, were not allowed to be restored in any kind of way, because again, that's a group of students that we have like totally underserved. We just gotten to a place where we were beginning to work with them. We know that those case managers save us dollars. They support principals, and they support our homeless population. So I'm not excited really about everyone talking about the restorative work, when in fact we've looked over like a very incredible population of students that we've underserved for years and years. And I see that APISA got its piece, but I do not hear what's happening on behalf of foster kids inside of this system. So help me be restorative in this. Thanks.
Can I make a comment? This is Director Torres.
Hold on, Director Torres. I think are you responding to Director Hinton-Hodge's comment, or are you just responding to the superintendent's? Because I think there was a couple responses just around the what Director Hinton-Hodge just said.
No, to the superintendent, but I can wait.
Okay, we'll put you in queue. Did you want to respond to Director Hinton-Hodge? Yeah.
So I appreciate you just expressing your frustration and speaking your truth around where we are. And none of this is necessarily joyous news. It's more survival news, and how we move out of this crisis and learn from when we see things coming years ago, how we start to plan and make movements so we don't wait until the year of to have to make decisions which end up having detrimental impacts on students and families. And so to your point and Director London's point, I definitely feel as though some of the support being extended right now is it's gap funding to give us an opportunity to get clear on what is our model around supporting restorative justice, supporting all of the different services that we want to put forth in terms of our schools, but also having the discussion, the whole vision around a full service community district from its inception was around the collective responsibility of the city, and that the district was never going to be in a position to be able to afford these things. So as we think about endowments and we think about sustainable structures, that's for the district, but also pushing the city. Are these our babies, or are these just, the district's babies? I would argue that it's the city's babies. And so we all need to be thinking about what are the forward thinking. This is the work that's being done around the country of folks that are on this journey of full service community. Because if we think that we're going to have the funding, we're just fighting to make sure that we can fund some of the basics, and we can't even do that with state funding. And so I think when we're in spaces with the city and with other partners, it's around how are we thinking long-term about our health clinics, as an example, right? That we are able to do that because of the generosity and the vision of Kaiser, but we need to be thinking about that now, right? When leadership of Kaiser and that foundation changes, we want to be able to continue to have that support. So I think, to your point, when we talk about sustainable systems, it's both inside the district, but also thinking about that at the city level.
So, Madam Superintendent, I really appreciate what you're saying, and I'm excited about your leadership over the next few years. Yeah, we have Children's Hospital that helps run some of our clinics. We have the county that helps run some of our clinics. And I'm seeing folks be excited about, yes, push the city. But I would say, politically and philosophically, we sit on this dais and we make a distinction between Oakland babies and Oakland kids. If you're an Oakland kid that goes to a charter school, then we may not necessarily want to serve you. We don't even want to provide the law for you to get into a decent building. So to us, if we feel like we're going to push up on other political powers to serve, we need to check about how we think about who we serve. Because, on the other hand, we'll go off and be like, well, we're going to only advocate for these kids to get certain types of things. So that's almost kind of scary to hear that, yeah, we're going to they need to support us when in fact we don't support all kids. So I just kind of need to put that out there, this excitement around being engaged with the city when in fact we undercut kids all the time. So thanks.
Director Harris, and then we'll go to you, Director Torres, after that. Director Harris.
Okay. I didn't mean to cut you, Director Torres. Hope you're smiling.
No worries.
Well, so the thing is, just to wrap this conversation up, and I share a little bit of the sentiments that you shared, Director Hinton Hodge. The point is, we didn't do the planning that was necessary to make sure foster youth, APISA, and the restorative justice program was covered. And I've sat in this seat long enough to know, I love this city, but when the check clears, I believe in the investment is basically how I feel about it. And we've allowed these three areas, which are critical, to kind of fall into the hands of this $1.2 million that they promised. And so in order to stoke the fire, if you will, I really appreciated what the student directors put forward in terms of a revised resolution last time that says, is this board willing to spend its reserve to maintain those things? So what I did, you'll see at the back of the agenda, is bring that back because I believe this board is willing at least to have a conversation about spending its reserve to make sure those bases are covered. And we'll get to that when it comes. But it can't be that we're making these decisions in arrears. It has to be planned. It has to be thoughtful. And so this is what the 8 months prior to today were about. And so if we don't commit to proactive thinking, then we'll always kind of be, well, if the city gives us the money in May and their budget doesn't close until July, then we know that, well, we know this is a staffing situation, and we know that those people have to be in the seat when kids come in August. It's very hard to do in July. So we have to be thoughtful. So, I'm interested in this conversation about the $1.2 million, but perhaps it's appropriate that we're doing a first reading of this resolution tonight, so that if we get to May and it doesn't look right, the board will then have another opportunity to say, is this something we would like to spend our reserve on? What you missed, Student Director, I was appreciating rewinding time a little bit to when you made the presentation, you and your colleague, about spending the reserve to pay for restorative justice. And so you'll see that resolution without the strings attached tonight, but we're talking about some of those services that are being restored potentially through the city. What I'm saying is we cannot be, in the spirit of what Director Hinton Hodge is saying, we cannot be reliant on others to take care of those things that are critical to our students. Those three categories, particularly foster youth, are areas that we simply have left uncovered, and we don't have a contingency plan for those things. So we'll talk about that, but I wanted to express it and say we have to shift this such that in lean times, we are planful about those things that are most sacred to us. And I just wanted to share that to add some context to it. Nothing tense here, nothing controversial, but I wanted to say as we move forward, that's kind of how I'm looking at it, and that's how I feel like it's connected to the resolution, to the effort the student directors put forward.
Thank you, Director Harrison. Just to clarify, it's on the agenda as introduction of new legislative matters, not first reading tonight. Oh, yeah. Okay. Great. Director Torres.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a couple things to the superintendent in regard to the report, and I am I appreciate the report. I think there was a lot of positivity as far as things that are highlighted, and pleased to see, for instance, the reading levels at schools that are in District 5 that are below 580. Fruitvale Elementary had a double-digit growth, mid-year reading. Joaquin Miller and is above 580, and then there was a thing about parents and families engaged in schools. Glenview, again, a District 5 school, Laurel, Parker, Piedmont, Redwood Heights, and Sequoia. Overall, I guess, as I'm at a conference in regard to the success of Latino students in the country put on by College Board, I am sitting with people throughout the country who are absolutely wrecking their brain about how to improve the Latino student because it's becoming the majority in many places. And one of the things that worries me is the most under-resourced pool, which is parents. And so as much as parents and families are engaged in Glenview, Laurel, Parker, Piedmont, Redwood Heights, and Sequoia, none of those hit below 580. None of those hit quite a few districts that are very east and west in Oakland. And so I just want to say that I think this great news could be built on, and I'd be curious to know, from extrapolating from this report about double-digit reading levels at Fruitvale and other schools, what's the takeaway to get this spread throughout the city? So what's the plan of action, if you will, after coming to this type of data that is great? And I saw the word marketing in this report, which really made me happy as a person who majored in marketing, and know that we don't have a budget for marketing, much like other new schools that open in Oakland, and they have millions in their budget for marketing. I was just thinking in terms of, this is a different type of report, has a different flavor. And so I like this report, and I really appreciate it. And then lastly, one thing that concerned me was knowing and hearing here in Texas as well, this teacher pipeline that's dried up in the country, and people aren't interested in teaching for many reasons. And the cost of living in our area is absolutely astronomical, which would be another barrier to entry for people who want to become a teacher, on top of just the adverse attitude towards teachers in our country. I'm wondering about your efforts in the towards the end, page 5, about all of the different avenues of attracting or increasing the teacher pipeline within our district, but also wanting to see data that breaks down what are our goals in regard to diversity in our teacher workforce. This is my 7th year on the board. 67% of our teachers are Caucasian. Majority of those are women, white women. And so this is another thing that I would like to see more specifically addressed in regard to who's in our classrooms, what our students look like, and who the teachers are. So that was my final comment.
Thank you,
is
Director
that I would like
Torres.
to even see that lifted up. Thank you.
Great. I just had one clarification to add, and it's where you started, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, around the short-term intervention, and I appreciate you talking about it in terms of a short-term intervention. I've been getting a number of questions around how we will be paying for these services, because in the FCMAT report it does say, it states it in a way that it appears that the district would be obligated to $1.4 million. This came up at the Budget and Finance and Audit Committee also. And at that time, what we said is that it is our expectation that the district is not obligated to pay this amount, and that the county at this time is covering services. Could you Could you confirm that? Because that's what we said at the
Yes.
committee level. Okay, great. So that is not coming out of our current, our district budget. That will be paid for by the county. Thank you. Director Yee.
Thank you, President. I also had a question on that part of the superintendent's report. So in terms of the collaboration with the county, you know, you've stated on many occasions that you had initiated a request for assistance in our fiscal teams and so forth. And the part that I was curious about was, is it clear that their role is advisory or is it supervisorial? In other words, have we relinquished any authority that we need to be concerned about as a board regarding their work, or is their work supportive and recommendations to you to implement, or are they actually in a position to insist upon certain kinds of implementation?
So I would say for the most part, it's advisory and support, and how the support is kind of different than some of the FIGMAT support in the past is it's not generating just a report, but actually having staff that are working with our current staff to really address some of the systems challenges, and in many places just provide more bandwidth to improve some of those processes. With that said, if there are certain processes that the county recommends that we need to change, those would be stern and directive recommendations in terms of improving our processes to get to better fiscal health. But in terms of the management of staff and the board's oversight, that is not under this intensive intervention, which is not state takeover. It is not county takeover. It's really us looking at the constant pattern we've had of many decades and realizing that to improve our systems, it's going to be more than just bringing in a new leader by themselves to really address some of these root issues. So it's really designed to be more support at the ground level to build the capacity and provide the training that even staff within the district have stated is helpful, particularly given that we've just adopted a new financial system, and there's quite a bit of training that folks need.
Along that same line, then, is it your feeling that you have enough, that we have adequate staff in our central office to carry out this recommended changes, or is this potentially have a fiscal impact in the next year, or maybe even at the end of this year, in terms of people that we're going to need? Since I know you've done some significant cuts in terms of our central office staff, and we've had several vacancies around auditors and so forth, you know, in our internal structure. So the question is it going to require investments that we have not built into our 1920 budget projections, or are you going to present something that's going to include that, any necessary additional positions to implement the fiscal changes? Is that coming up in our budget discussions for this year?
So some of those changes may not be for the 1920 school year immediately, but part of what the county is going to be doing in partnership with our team is looking at other districts that are of a similar size in terms of enrollment, looking at their structure in terms of the business and operations division, and seeing where we can improve how we're structuring certain positions and structuring certain processes. So it may be a year from now, there may be some recommendations in terms of it may be additions or it may be substitutions. We may not need X position, but the recommendation would be Y position instead. So those would be coming forward.
But you don't anticipate any additional positions for us to budget for in this coming budget cycle?
I don't anticipate, but at the same time, I do know we're working closely with the county, and so as they're looking at our processes, there may be recommendations that we just may not be in the place to implement immediately, but we'll need to make a plan for how we're going to be implementing them in the future. And I do again want to underscore with this redesign that it's going to be an ongoing process. So all the recommendations that come up, we know we're not going to be able to implement all of those recommendations within one fiscal year, but we will be sharing some of those findings that are coming up. As again, the county today was really the first day that some of the staff had an opportunity to spend some extended time with our staff just to get a better, deeper understanding about not just some of the technical processes, but what we need to do in terms of shifting some of the challenges within the culture, given a lot of the turnover over many years.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. With that, we are moving on to comments by our bargaining units. If there are any bargaining units here, it looks like we have the president of OEA. This is the time where labor leadership can address the board directly. Are there any other units here? Does not appear so. So with that, we will turn it over to Chaz.
Good evening, Chaz Garcia, Oakland Education Association. And I'm standing up here as the second vice president, not only as the second vice president, but as a resident and educator and a proud Latina who has worked diligently throughout my career to uplift and support students in pursuing their dreams. And I'm deeply disturbed by the transaction that happened between the California Charter Association and Director Hinton Hodge. It is incumbent upon adults to engage with students, whether we agree with their political philosophy or not, and support them in their growth. And hearing that you never spoke with Hema is problematic, and it's irresponsible as a leader, an elected leader in the city, to undermine a student who is pursuing their dreams. So I'm up here today because I'm also disappointed in the board as a whole having this became public and everyone being aware of it. Hema was owed an apology long before this evening. The student directors quite eloquently laid out why, and I didn't quite hear an appropriate apology from Director Hinton Hodge, nor from the rest of the board for not speaking on behalf of saying that this isn't acceptable, that we are here to stand for our students. So with that, I think it's important because every single student, all 37,000 students, are impacted by the actions of this board and how they're treated. So this sends a message to say that if you don't agree with me, that I'm going to get in your way or I'm going to undermine you. And that is not the message we need to send students, that we would like to stay and watch prosper in this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Oakland educators stand with Hema. Also, I'm here to acknowledge that the Red for Ed movement is moving to Sacramento, and Oakland educators stand with Sacramento City teachers. Our first vice president, Ismael Armendariz, he is in Sacramento supporting the educators, and we'll walk the line with them tomorrow. Their superintendent refuses to honor a negotiated contract that he personally signed November 2017 that lowered class sizes and added supports such as nurses and psychologists. And I'm here to say that as labor, we stand because contract agreements must be honored and implemented. And we expect that the Alameda County Office of Education will approve the OEA-OUSD agreement that we had at the table representatives from the county, from the State Department of Ed, and they've seen that the money is there to fund our contract. So we expect that that negotiated agreement will be signed and honored, and we will not have to go through a Sacramento situation. Moving forward, the contract, it must be implemented and honored by our district administrators, and we need to use our energy as we vigorously enforce our contract to move away from grievances, but to work so we can dramatically improve education outcomes for our students. And we have an opportunity to work together on May 22nd and take the fight to Sacramento. And we must protect our public schools. California is the 5th largest economy in the world, but ranks 44th in the nation in per pupil spending. So we must stand to protect public education, make sure that our schools are funded. We must stand together to fight co-location, and we must stand to protect our public schools and fix the charter school laws that are hurting our students. And we had many people from Oakland lobby today for AB 1505, AB 1506, 1507, and acknowledge President Ng for speaking on behalf of AB 1503. And lastly, I want to take the time to address the teacher retention crisis. It is more than just compensation for our teachers. Our teachers need support. And today you're going to hear from many teachers who receive non-reelect letters. And the common denominator with all of those educators was the lack of support that they received from their administrators. So if we're real about ending the teacher retention crisis, we need to make sure that we're supporting the teachers that we have now in Oakland and stop this cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anybody else here to speak on this item? Seeing none, we are going to move to public. Yes. We should probably work on an amendment to that item. Is there anyone here to speak on that item, Measure N?
I don't have any speaker card identified for item N.
Okay. How about public comments on the above agenda items, the non-voting items A through M?
We have 18 speakers, Madam President, and of those 18 speakers, we have one that is a student, so I would invite her down first to speak. Hima Gitsal, Camille Lumsden, Sharina Medina, Vilma Seriano, Jennifer Broussard, Fernando Perez, Tanya Kappner, Mark Airgood, Bethany Meyer, Carol Delton, Roxana Miles, Jim Mordecai, Chaz Garcia, Adi Hogue, Angelina Pata, Jenia Jones, and Marala Smith.
Sorry, how many speakers was that? 18? So we'll do a minute and then we'll start with students though.
All right. Well,
okay. Thank you.
No one else wants to start. Again, my name is Jonathan Piper II. I'm a senior at Skyline High School District 6, and I'm the media director for All City Council Student Union. And I do want to highlight that in All City Council's letter to the board about the leak of emails, we did ask that a response from the board, because this we would like for every member of the board to take ownership of the actions of one of your colleagues, and to have an open discussion with students about, the safety of students in the district, because there's a lot of mistrust between either the community and students and also just students and the Board of Education, just because there's, in light of everything that's been happening, we feel like there's a lot of harm that's been done, and it's time to heal. But that also starts with ownership on both sides. So we would like for the Board of Education to make a response and then partner with students, either if that's reaching out to the student directors to see how we can make that happen, or speaking with us directly. But we feel like this cannot be tolerated, and enough is enough. So we would appreciate an open space to speak with you about the issues that are going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hema Quetzal. I'm a senior at Life Academy. I just want to say that I do want a written public apology, not for myself, but for my parents who dedicate a lot for me to be able to do this, my teachers and mentors who have shaped me in what I am today, the community, the Oakland community who has contributed to the organizing energy in this community, and the fact that we're supposed to uplift each other, and students. Because no student should be ever called a mistake and let adults from the community let that happen to them. And that's why I'm not satisfied with the apology. Because someone from outside called something to a student, that is violence. It doesn't matter what, like, yes, I do have, you can look at my voting history on the state board, it's different. Okay, so you can't just be judging me based on what you have seen. I've never had a conversation with me, number one. And so, number two, like I said, you cannot talk to any student that way. And I understand they want to have a private conversation, but I'm someone who wants a public conversation, because when it impacts the well-being and the education of thousands of students in Oakland, then that's a conversation that everyone deserves to be and to hear and be able to contribute to. And so, yes, that is how I'm gonna be reacting. And yeah, like I said, I want a written public apology, not only for myself, but the community, and I'm gonna keep asking for it until I get it. And I also need the board members to respond, because honestly, like I said, you all are supposed to be on our side. It's not only for me, it's for the students. You're just gonna let people call us mistakes? It's not okay.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vilma Serrano. I'm a third grade teacher at Melrose Leadership Academy, and I'm here on behalf of my colleague, Fernando Perez. I am here to ask you to rescind your letter of non-reelect for my colleague, Fernando. He is a committed Oakland community member. He is an OUSD parent as well. I think it would, in light of what was mentioned around the teacher retention crisis, also trying to diversify our teaching staff, it would be a mistake to let go of a bilingual male teacher who is an Oakland community member and OUSD parent. I urge you to reconsider this letter and to consider actually rescinding it so that he can voluntarily transfer to another placement, another bilingual placement, so he can continue to serve Oakland's bilingual children. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Fernando Pérez. Yo soy una persona que está calificada para poder enseñar en dos lenguas, español y español e inglés. En estos 2 años he podido crear una excelente relación con profesores que me están apoyando, también con mis estudiantes y también con los padres de ellos. También tengo la experiencia propia de poder entender y vivir qué es lo que es ser un nuevo estudiante o una nueva persona que viene y se integra a esta sociedad. Now I'm going to say the same in English. My name is Fernando Perez, and I think I'm very sure I'm qualified to teach in Oakland. I'm bilingual. I can speak and write in both languages, English and Spanish. And in these 2 years, I've been able to and had the opportunity to create a great relationship with parents, students, and teachers. And I also I deeply understand the situation of newcomers. So I ask you to give me the opportunity to keep working on USD. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Brohart. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher at Melrose Leadership Academy. And I want to read to you a letter in support of Fernando's letter. And this is signed by all the teachers at Melrose, showing again the respect that he has of his colleagues from the school. This letter is in support of Fernando Perez Sotomayor. We are petitioning on behalf of Fernando so that he may voluntarily transfer to another bilingual placement instead of being given a letter of non-reelect that will not allow him to work in Oakland Unified for the next 2 years. Fernando is an Oakland community member whose child attends an Oakland public school and whose younger children will be future OUSD students. He is a supportive community member and colleague and should be given the opportunity to find another Spanish bilingual teaching placement in the Oakland Unified School District. With a shortage of bilingual teachers, it feels like a mistake not to give Fernando the option to voluntarily transfer to another placement where he can continue to serve Spanish bilingual students and families. We deeply implore that you reconsider and instead of a non-reelect, you allow him to voluntarily transfer. And this is signed by all the teachers at Melrose.
Hello, my name is Sharina Medina, also known as CJ, or Funky Cole Medina, or just Medina, like the second holiest city in Islam. So this is my ride to Mecca. But first, I want to talk to my council, the people who really matter to me, my village, my kids, my students, my families, the teachers I work with, even teachers who aren't even at my school. I love you. Thank you for your support. Thanks for showing up when I needed you, because I've been trying to show up for you every day, and they just wouldn't let me. No support. Teacher having a stroke. I'm a social worker. You know this. I'm a healer. I am your community. I'm from here. I am neighborhood. I am west and north. And if that's my time up, I have one more thing to say, because an injustice has been here done, and I'd like a restorative justice situation. My principal has been very predatory towards me. I know she has a reputation for this with new people, because I had no allies, no friends. Everybody there, Stockholm Syndrome, fearful. But I kept showing up. My teacher had a stroke. Some of my kids have had this teacher since kindergarten. I am a social worker in the counseling rich special day class at MLK Lafayette. I volunteered to go there from Roots, where I had hardly any caseload, and then they shut that down, my program. I've been to 3 sites in 1.3 years. I had to shut my office down at Roots and move it out. I went to MLK to help because they were short of staff, and I'm a social worker and a healer.
Thank you. Please wrap up. You're over time.
So this is my prayer. I don't know where Mrs. Groves Waters gets her power, but if you like the business model, and it seems like you do, I've never seen such a wreck of a place where management would still be in place. I believe Mrs. Groves-Water needs a better match for placement. I wish her well. I want her to have the greatest good. I recommend Tremaine Moore, our assistant principal at Lafayette, because he knows and loves the children like they're his very own ministry. Never have I seen Mrs. Groves-Waters interact with the children in such a kind and loving way with the loss of Lafayette to a charter. He will have to leave the children since there is no place for him. May he go to Edinburgh like me. I appreciate your consideration. Aho. I'm Oakland.
Hi, good evening. My name is Camille Lumsden. I'm a school psychologist at Martin Luther King in Lafayette as well. I'm standing in front of you almost a year exactly after having survived my own non-reelect letter, so I have faith that there will be good out there for CJ to come back to us, because I survived this awful thing, and I know she can too. Like she said, she's been a healer. She's been a powerful movement in that community. She's vital to her kids who have survived a stroke of their teacher and losing their guiding force halfway through the year this year. I think this was made in error and made in a huge mistake, and I think it would be a huge detriment to her students, to our community in West Oakland, and to MLK and Lafayette specifically to lose her. And I urge the board and whoever involved to rescind her letter of non-reelect and give her the opportunity, like I've been given, to come back and succeed and do well in Oakland and be here and show up every day for these kids who matter so much to us, as I know they do to you. So I really urge you to reconsider this non-reelection. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Airgood. I'm secretary of the OEA and part of the Equal Opportunity Now by Any Means Necessary Civil Rights Caucus. I wanted to speak in defense and call for the rescinding of the letters for the non-reelected teachers. I think defense of public education, defense of our schools means defending the teachers who are committed and the staff who are committed to the young people of Oakland. CJ is a clinical social worker in a counseling and enriched class with a teacher who had a stroke during the year. I mean, I cannot come up with a more intense environment, and the commitment she showed to stick with it really should be taken into account. Fernando is a Spanish-speaking Spanish teacher as well as history teacher, and those qualifications are in very, very short supply in the Oakland schools. I call on you to rescind the decision on the March 15th letter, look at these cases, and bring these teachers back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Richardson. As a parent to 5 children who are currently enrolled and have attended multiple OUSD.
Can you pull the microphone closer so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, please start again. Let's reset the clock for her.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
As a parent of 5 children who are currently enrolled and have attended multiple OUSD schools over the years, I am very saddened by the decision that has brought me to the school board meeting to allow charter schools to uproot and shift our children from their home schools. It isn't just about having a room, or in some cases, completely taking over current public schools, but it goes deeper than that. It is no secret that East Oakland is home to many children from all walks of life, many stemming from violence within homes, displacement, parents incarcerated, divided homes, foster youths, and the list can go on. With that said, for many children, public schools are their safe haven, their comfort zone. This is what is one of the very few things that have been consistent and not uprooting for them over the years. By allowing charter schools to come in, we are not only breaking the trust, but also psychologically damaging them even more. Charter schools are not welcome, especially those who falsely advertise as an all-American Indian charter school.
Thank you
but
very
by
much.
No
Your
means
time has expired.
Serve
Thank you.
actual Native American students or have a full staff that is Native American and is not adjoined.
We have many people who want to speak tonight. Thank you.
These are my children that you will be uprooting from their community.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miracle Smith from East Oakland Prep Elementary. I'm in the 5th grade. I know this is not fair to bring charter schools into our public schools. Students need space to learn. If it's crowded, they will not get the focus they need. We deserve to have our space to learn. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Adie Hogue. I'm a teacher at East Oakland Pride, the rep there, and also a proud member of Eon BAM. We've already collected dozens of petition signatures on this petition, and we just started collecting it today, thanks to students at East Oakland Pride. On March 20th, 2019, the OUSD School Board voted to offer 11 classrooms at East Oakland Pride Elementary School to American Indian Charter School 2. The students, parents, and staff of East Oakland Pride demand that this terrible decision be reversed. EOP needs the full use of all of our classrooms to support our programs in special education, behavioral health, and after-school enrichment. We cannot afford to lose any more of our scarce and declining resources. American Indian Charter School is infamous for racist admissions policy, gender discrimination and sexual harassment, hostility to academic freedom, and disciplinary practices of public shaming. OUSD must stop chopping up and selling off our schools. We proudly stand together against the racist policies and theft from poor and working class families that is infecting our country and our community. When our children's futures are under attack, we will stand up and fight back.
Tanya Kapner, Eon BAM. I support the students and the teachers that are fighting against the charter schools taking over public school facilities. I support the All City Council students demanding decency and accountability to the students from this board. And we are here to say no school closures and continue the fight. But I want to talk about stopping these terrible non-reelects of excellent teachers across the district. In particular, 2 really good teachers at my school, Oakland Tech, who have been given no reason, and there's plenty of discrimination going on with these non-reelects. For political reasons, people that were active in the strike, a disproportionate number of black women. Here's part of a text of a petition from my school. We are writing today in support of our colleague Sarah Traubin, who was recently given a non-reelect notice. We strongly urge you to consider rescinding the non-reelect. Instead, give her the opportunity to teach at Oakland Technical High School next year. She's proven herself a dedicated, hardworking, thoughtful, reflective teacher. She's dedicated to her students and wants to be there. Vanessa Foster, black woman special educator, who has been targeted for speaking up in defense of students. Parents are writing here saying that she is the best teacher they
Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My name is Roxana Miles. I am a teacher at Piedmont Avenue Elementary School, and I'm also the OEA rep. I'm calling here to ask you to rescind the non-reelect notices for 2 teachers and 1 speech therapist at our school. That's 20% of our staff that has been non-reelected by the district. And being that we are in a teacher retention crisis, asking all of those 3 people to no longer return to Oakland and not be allowed to even apply for a job for 2 years is sending a really bad message to our community, to us teachers, that we are not valued, that even if at our school maybe it wasn't a fit per our principal, they should still have the opportunity to look at other schools in the district where they may be the right fit for that community. So I'm calling here on behalf of Robin Bryant, Jasmine Tyler, who is our speech therapist, and Amina Yasmin, who are teachers and speech therapists again at Piedmont Avenue Elementary School. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Bethany Meyer. I'm an inclusion specialist at Piedmont Avenue Elementary School. I'm here to speak on behalf of Amina Yasmin, a 3rd grade teacher. I'm in her class every day. I've worked with very few teachers that are so skilled in supporting students with special needs. I'm really impressed by her skills, and I feel that with more support she could become a great teacher. But here's what happened. She worked at Sankofa as a 5th grade teacher. She was, what's that called, consolidated. After the start of the school year, she was brought to Piedmont Avenue Elementary, she should have been still a 5th grade teacher. They made her a 2nd grade teacher. And the next year, she got bumped down to 3rd grade, which is a very clear violation of our collective bargaining agreement. You have the right to stay at the same grade level 2 years in a row. How this happened was that a 1st grade teacher was allowed to loop with her class and bump her out of 2nd grade. I find it very interesting that the white teacher was allowed to loop with her students while the black teacher got moved downstairs to the hottest room in the entire building. I'll send you her letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chaz Garcia, Oakland Education Association, 2nd Vice President. And every year around this time, we're here for the non-reelects. And for the last several times, I've talked to some of you around the opportunity that we have to create a policy that goes beyond what the state California Ed Code says, and have something transparent as to help teachers facilitate moves to different schools when it's not working out there. We do have some internal things happening in downtown, but having something that's transparent and is clear process that teachers can follow when it's not a fit because there's some headbutting personnel that had nothing to do with teaching students is harming our schools. It's harming our students. I have had 2 teachers that I supported as a park coach who got non-reelected and were sent, and so they got hired at charter schools, and they have contacted me since to thank me because they are getting recommendations and all of these accommodations for their teaching in the charters. So we're losing talent in our schools, and they're going to charters, and we need to do something about it.
Good evening, I'm Quinn Ranahan, and I am from Roots International Academy, and I wanted to just give you a quick 1-minute update of what's actually happening at Roots versus what has been said was going to happen. Teachers have had no communication about where our students are going. Today is, with the report that came out in the agenda, that's the first time that I've seen information, and teachers have no idea where our students are going next year until today. And they didn't see it. I found it, and then I sent it to our site. Director Gonzalez got my email as well, I'm sure. So we've had no information about that. The hiring process has not been comprehensive. I didn't understand the internal hiring process of getting hired before spring break versus after, and how the implications of matching and how tenure impacts how you get hired into schools. Which is pretty disappointing, as we are middle school and we've been talking about how middle school teachers are hard to find and keep, and all of us are fearless middle school educators that the people are great that are helping us, but we haven't been given all the information. January 28th, we could have been given a plan. Like, this is what's going to happen to you. So prepare. And I just want you to know, as the people that are supposed to be taking care of us, that that's actually what's happening. And we've had little to no communication from district staff as educators at Roots.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. I'm Carol Dalton. I want to talk about a theme that I heard coming up tonight. I was going to be speaking on the superintendent's report and now also the student board member, and that theme is conflict of interest. I'm glad to hear that there's no intention to pay Alameda County Office of Education close to $800,000, which is the amount that's listed for the short-term assistance in Appendix O to the FCMAT items that were attached to the audit committee. I'm still fearful about that because my own experience with FCMAT is that it is an agency that typically recommends that its own and friends of the agency will be hired. I'm also very concerned that the board should adopt a policy that when people become members of this board, that they don't also serve on other boards that may have conflicting or I'll just say different agendas educationally, because this board has a fiduciary duty to the students of Oakland Unified. So I see this conflict coming up. It also comes up in the way of senior staff having side contracts and roles with
Thank you.
businesses in the education society. Thank you.
Mordecai speaking as an individual. I have returned to make sure that the meetings are not shortened. I have with me the FICMAT, over 260 pages. I've read every page of it, and I appreciate tonight discovering that this is false news. This is not true. The county is absorbing the costs. The district isn't. That's wonderful news. The analogy to Congress is Congress doesn't have the guts to stand up and declare war. Unfortunately, one of the board members, Dr. Gary Yee, is a former officer in the United States Air Force, understands the chain of command, and he was trying to deal with it. Look, if there's a deal between the county superintendent and your hire, the superintendent, you have to be in there, you have to vote on it. You can't let your subordinates run over you. You've done it too long. Stop it.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, how you guys doing this evening? I'm here to say a lot of things people are speaking about, you don't give us enough time. You want us to sit here and sit all night and listen to you. Like the lady with the 5 children that was speaking, she was saying something very important. And you just shun her off and break her off, you know. And what she was saying is very, very vital to us, the community. You might not want to hear it, but we do. I lived in East Oakland for 25 years. I've owned a business in East Oakland for 25 years. What you're doing to the Roots Academy is wrong. And then you're going to give our school to a charter school? And they take money from you, but they don't have to adhere to the same thing our publics. Stop taking from our children. I've said it time and time again. Stop taking from our children.
So I just would like to remind everyone, this was public comment for the reports. We are not yet at public comment on non-agenda items.
Well, I spoke on what I needed.
Thank you. So at this time, if it's all right with the board.
The agenda.
Okay.
Somebody
Do you want to go first? Go ahead.
No, I ain't sorry. That's just, I'm being like her.
All right,
So
Director
I want
Gonzalez.
to speak to Hema Quetzal, our state representative on the Board of Education. I'm super proud of you. I think you represent the best of Oakland, the best of our students. I'm really proud that I wrote you a letter of recommendation for that appointment, and I'm proud of the work that you're doing. So I wanted you to hear that. I wanted our community to hear that. And I think it is inappropriate to use district resources to communicate with lobbyists, especially to disparage students. So that's where I stand. I can't apologize for things that other people have done, but that's where I stand, and I'm super proud of you. And I hope that you will be serving in public office yourself someday.
Vice President London.
Thank you. I was going to say something very similar as Director Gonzalez. It was really a pleasure, State Board Member Quetzal, to write a letter of recommendation for you about a year and a half ago when you were applying, and I've been very pleased to track your progress and see what a great leader you've become in our community. And it's one of the best things one of the best letters I ever wrote, and I'm also super excited to see where you go. And I want the students to know that all of you have my support. We may not always agree, but I always do want to listen and be respectful. Honestly, I don't read the email of everyone here. I was unaware of this situation until you all brought it forward this evening. So I think, to the community, we do want to be supportive, but we are 7 individuals who work on this board, and I don't know the email that everybody sends. They don't know the email that I send. We all try to operate with integrity, and sometimes we need to have these. Sometimes we need to have these conversations and hear other perspectives. So I really do appreciate you all for bringing it forward. And Director Quetzal, I look forward to seeing your continued leadership and success. Thank you for your service.
Anybody else? Okay. So at this time, what we're going to do is move on to the general consent report. And if it's all right with everyone, we're going to go through that item and the 3 pulled items very quickly before we go back to public comment on non-agenda items. I want to get a little further along in the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent report? Second. Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Hinton-Hodge. This is minus the 3 items that were pulled. Is there any question or comments? We'll take public comment on the general consent report at this time.
Madam President, we have 2 speakers, Jim Mordecai, Asada Olabala. That's it.
Jim Mordecai speaking in his individual on page 26, P21. There's a memorandum of understanding. The Bay Area Urban Debate Commission, Academics and Instructional Innovation Department. And what we have here is Title I being applied in a creative way. Debate is, the human mind is plastic. Its environment changes it. Certain things we do, music changes our mind. One of the things that changes our minds is engaging in debate, having logical arguments. This is a wonderful program. It's one of many. Don't overlook it. Please support it. I support debate 100%.
Love life and love Black people. These 71 items that you're getting ready to approve, I really don't agree with the process, because within these 71 items, there's some crucial, outstanding recommendations on how we can improve teaching and learning and how we can effectively intervene with parents as well. So I just want to give you some of the things that we're not going to spend no time talking about tonight. Support for McClymonds School Site Project. Reading specialists to work with students one-on-one. Adult education classes. After-school programs to improve student achievement. Social-emotional workshops. Programs for parents to help their children succeed and get involved in their schools. Advising on college and careers. Work to reduce suspension. Support for school-based health centers. All in a bundle. You're approving these crucial, very important things with no discussion, no feedback, nothing except rubber stamp it.
Thank you. Mr. Rickshaw, can we vote on these items, please?
Certainly. On the motion to adopt the general consent report, minus items P70 and P3, Student Director Chavez?
Yes.
Okay. Director Hinton-Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee? Yes. Director Torres? Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. There were 2 items pulled. Item P3 was pulled so that Director Yee could recuse himself. I believe that was the only reason. So I think if there's no comments from the board or the public, we can go ahead and vote on this item as well.
We need a motion in a second.
Is there a motion to adopt item P3?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Gonzalez, seconded by
Second.
Vice President London.
On the motion to adopt item P3, Student Director Chavez,
Yes.
Director Torres, Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Harris, Director Yee, Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Gary.
Yes.
Motion's adopted. I'm sorry. You are recused. Sorry. Yeah, scratch the vote on Director Yee. He is he's recused. He's recused to be taken recorded as no action by him other than recused on this item.
Is there a motion to adopt item P70? Moved by Director Harris. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice President London. Director Hinton Hodge.
So this is a trip that Montera takes, and I know that Director Sin supported this trip as well. There's a woman by the name of Jackie Atkins who's been doing this trip for about 9 years, and these are students that go, you're shaking your head, you must be a parent of a Montera kid, that goes on this wonderful trip, and it's all expenses paid, apparently. Yeah, a little bit. There's a lot of help. No expense to the district. And so parents have been able to do it, but I've had over the couple of years to be able to talk to Ms. Atkins at times where she's wanted more support, actually from the district and around fundraising to really kind of ensure that more students have the opportunity to go. I mean, she's been able to utilize her resources as limited as they are and as spread as far as she possibly can to do it. So it's the 9th year. They go in May. This is just simply saying, you know, the chaperones are all in place and the travel plans are in place for May. But I hope that we can invite them back in June to maybe hear a little bit about their trip and hear more about this organization and about the students and really kind of get prepared for a 10th year, a decade worth of, you know, community contribution into, you know, into our schools and into our communities and our families and students. And so I just want to shout out Jackie Atkins and Montera Middle School and just want this legacy to continue on, but we should be looking at how we support it. So thanks for the opportunity to just call that out, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there any additional comments by the board, or is there any public comment on this item? Ms. Rickshaw, we're ready for a roll call for item P70.
On the motion to adopt, on the roll call to adopt the motion on P70, Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Student Director Chavez.
Yes.
Okay. Director Yee. Yes. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go to public comments on non-agenda items. Ms. Floyd, how many speakers do we have for this item?
I think we have 8 speakers. Howard Mills, Mike Hutchinson, Kim Davis, Carol Delton, Jim Mordecai, Will Mendoza, and Asada Olabala.
Thank you. Please come forward if you're here to speak and your name was called.
Yes, my name is Howard Mills, and I just want to say good evening. I want to speak on a program we had at Reach Academy a week ago last Friday. It was a space day, and the students at Reach learned a lot about being in outer space. They had hands-on training on what it takes to be an astronaut. They had a space capsule that they were able to sit in and really, you know, get the feel of being in outer space. They had a chance to put on the space suits that the astronauts wore, and it was a really good, enjoyable day. The kids really had a lot of fun. And a lot of them said when they were interviewed by the news that they would like to be astronauts. And it was really enjoyable. They really learned a lot of what it is to be in outer space, and it was really a great experience.
Thank you.
I wish a lot more of you could have been there. I appreciate James Harris for being there too.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us know about that.
Dear Superintendents, my name is Will Mendoza. I'm the Director of Finance for a Method Public School. One of our network schools, which is Oakland Charter Academy, currently has a request for a minor material revision to the charter that was approved last year. We're seeking an enrollment preference to be added to our list of admissions. This will include the attendance areas notated within our local elementary school. Our goal is to ensure that the neighborhood families, both in Fruitvale and East Oakland communities that are within the attendance areas of OCA, have a preference when choosing, schools moving forward. This will expand our recruitment efforts in our service area within this community, and also will diversify the student body that currently we're servicing in East Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have the documents for the material revision? Okay. So our bylaws or our policies are that they need to be formally presented in public. Maybe one of you speak to it?
From my understanding, excuse me, I do have a copy with me. I could provide it to you, and it was provided to the administration.
Okay, let's just hear from our general counsel really quickly.
Our policy provides that it needs to be presented with your public comment to bring it forward. So you can bring it forward at the next regular board meeting. Oh, you've got it now? Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Rakestraw will take the documents. May we have the next public comment, please? Mr. Mordecai, please come forward. We welcome you. I hope you're doing all right, Mr. Mordecai. It looks like you have a...
Okay. It looks worse than it is. It's just a long recovery of an ankle replacement. Thank you for asking. Okay, so one of the points I wanted to make is that we use the word structural deficit, but we never seem to get it defined. So I found Mr. FICMAT CEO Fine in 2017 had defined it as a one-time revenue minus one-time expenses. If that's correct, could you have some type of document drawn up so we could actually see what this deficit, what this structural deficit is? That would be helpful to the public, I would think. And there's one other thing, is that I'm concerned that FIGMAT is not only putting out a wrong piece of paper in their publication, but the other thing is that they're not certifying that what I heard the superintendent say, that they complied with Part A of AB 1840.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
And I would urge the board to pressure them to certify. That's
Thank you,
FIGMAT
Mr. Mordecai.
and the superintendent Monroe of the county.
Hello, Superintendent. This is directed at you this evening. I wanted to get with you because I want to get my son in the School of Performing Arts. That's the first thing. I'll give you a call and maybe you can help me succeed that goal. My second thing is I've asked you when you first became superintendent, I made a detrimental request to you about the kids at the Cole site, the adult program, our children need a lunch program. Our children are not getting lunch every day. We really need a lunch program at that site. I understand you're busy. I understand you have a lot on your plate. All children are not as fortunate as my child. It's a shame that those children don't have a lunch program at that Kohl's site. It's a shame that those children are not receiving meals every day. Can you please, please help me succeed in that endeavor? Please, I'm asking you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Love life, love black people. At the joint meeting between the board and the educators here, there was a question about AA. And somebody said, I'm not talking about AA, but I'm going to talk about it tonight. In February of last year, the mayor and her support team brought Measure AA to the city council to ask them to put it on the agenda for voting in November. The city council rejected Measure AA, mostly because there was no clear plan of how they want to support children, as well as the fact that Measure AA, there were too many measures on the ballot. They decided not to put it on. And that's how it became an initiative where they petitioned to put it on the ballot. Measure AA concerning kindergarten readiness, I say it again, I sat in there. There was no plan, no understanding of how they were going to help children. That's why the city council rejected it. So please, don't say you're not concerned about Measure A. You have to be concerned for that reason alone.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Davis, Montera parent, and I want to echo Director Hinton Hodges' shout out for Ms. Atkins. She is a force who has no kids left in school and still is leading this trip every year. And both of my children have been fortunate enough to go, and it is amazing, and I appreciate the call out. And Ms. Atkins. And then the other thing I just wanted to say, I'm also proud to be part of the supporting team for Prescott Family Team as they are entering the final days of planning for their 150th anniversary. I believe the oldest school in Oakland that is still in its site, I know Ojai maybe is a little bit older, but they used to be downtown and now they're not. So we're really excited. I have some postcards here. I know that some of you have probably been formally invited, Director Hinton Hodge and Superintendent in particular. But we are hoping to reach out to as many former Prescott families, teachers, administrators, anybody who's connected to the school, as well as the West Oakland community and anybody who wants to come out and have a good time. We're really excited about it. So I have these I want to share.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson. I'm a little confused if there were only 8 speakers signed up, why we only have 1 minute. That math doesn't quite add up, but I'm used to this treatment here. It was great today in Sacramento to be up there to speak in favor of 1505. I thank again the school board for supporting it, and it went to the floor, and we are going to get it passed. And along with next year's school board elections, we're going to bring some sanity back to Oakland, and we're really excited that we're going to have the tools to make the changes that you won't do. Listening to our state student board director, I would also request an apology for the emails that I've gotten that school board members have sent that mention my name, like threatening to file a restraining order against me personally because of what you thought I was doing. Totally inappropriate. And thank you, Darwin Bond Graham, for getting access to this public information that you've been sharing around. And there's more emails to come. We're on to you. This won't work. I don't know why we're not talking about our finances being moved to the county, the teacher's contract still not being approved by the board. We're in complete chaos. And what is happening with our budget process that we're supposed to be entering in? We as a community don't even know who to advocate with over the budget now because we don't even know who's in charge. And this is now the 3rd year in a row you've promised a full engagement process over the budget for the community, and this is the third year in a row it's not happening. We don't believe you anymore. This whole house of cards is falling down, and as we get more and more of these emails that show how you all really think about us and speak about us privately, it's really illuminating. And I want to add in as a second piece, there's also emails that I've gotten personally from school board members that are totally inappropriate, and the only reason I haven't shared them yet is because they specifically asked me not to. But the language used in them and the stories referenced are unacceptable.
Thank you, Mr.
And if the
Hutchinson.
community actually knew
Good evening again, Carol Delton. Unfortunately, I'm bringing up Fund 67 again. $66 million over the June budget was added to Fund 67. Initially, the documents that were prepared for the board said the source was local revenue. At the audit committee, we heard that it was transfers from the general fund and other funds. I've looked through the second interim. I don't see transfer language that supports that. We were also told that this is to cover health and welfare benefits. I do not see a reduction in the general fund item that covers health and welfare benefits that would correspond to this money. It's a huge amount of money. It's $43 million more than the highest necessary expenditure of Fund 67 over the past 5 years. And I'm going to go on a little bit because I agree that it is inappropriate to limit public comment when there are 8 speakers and you have half an hour listed for it. Also, it is inappropriate not to set a time certain. You say that you are interested in having people come and participate. People need some certainty in order to be able to do that. I hope that you will reconsider and that those of you who chair the meeting from time to time will use your discretion to encourage public comment rather than cut it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? All right, seeing none, we are on unfinished business. That is on page 58. The first item is, well, it's the only item under unfinished business, S1. It is a discussion item only. It is a follow-up to a discussion that started in December about criteria for district facilities to enter into long-term leases with the charter schools. For this item, we have our Ms. Sonali Maraka, our Director of Charter Schools, I believe is your title. Is that your title?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right. Director of Office of Charter Schools,
right.
Sonali Maraka. So I will just give a little bit of background before we dive in. So as President Ng mentioned, this was a discussion that first started in December at the December 5th special board meeting. And since then, we have received a number of items of feedback from various stakeholders. So we incorporated feedback from that board meeting in addition to feedback from charter leaders, from CCSA, Pacific Charter School Development Group. I've spoken with the leader of Parents United, talked to some district network superintendents, and looking to get more feedback still, both from today as well as additional district principals, and I'm in the process of scheduling time with Equity Allies. So that's sort of the range of folks I've been talking to. And the changes that are represented here from when you saw it in December, the criteria have been reorganized, and there are now points assigned to them, so you can kind of see the different weights, but those are all things we can discuss today. There's also a process that's been outlined for how the criteria would be used. And again, this is just for discussion right now, and the plan would be to formalize this as a resolution with a memo describing sort of the purpose and analysis behind it that we would bring in late April. So the goals for developing the criteria, this hasn't changed since December. This is really outlined and made explicit in the citywide plan that it calls for us to develop criteria for when we would give charter schools long-term leases. This is also in alignment with the asset management policy. So our goals here are to support high-quality charter schools that are serving diverse populations and support schools that align with the citywide plan, to promote transparency and uniformity around which charter schools are eligible for or prioritized for long-term leases, and to use facilities as an incentive for charter schools, especially underperforming ones, to either improve or come into alignment with a citywide plan. So the plan for how we would use the criteria, so first we would, given a specific property that's up for discussion, this could be a charter school that is whose lease has expired, and so we're reconsidering that charter school. It could be a newly vacated building. We would we would find out sort of which charter schools are interested and invite them to submit short proposals. These proposals would be made public. We would seek community feedback as part of the process for our proposal review. And then we would be scoring the proposals and bringing a final recommendation to the board. And we'll just note that sort of the criteria means that a charter school may or may not get a lease, and it also would impact how long the lease would be. So, sorry, this seems to be a slightly outdated version of the presentation, but we'll just keep going with it. So there's 5 areas that are worth 5 to 15 points each. I can talk about actually an amendment I'm planning to make to that. And the highest weighted areas around alignment with the citywide plan. And that's for a few reasons. One is because that is, again, one of the main intentions of this is to encourage schools who are in alignment with the citywide plan. And also this is a place where we would be incorporating community feedback. So we wanted to give that a little bit of extra weight. But again, sort of open to feedback here. So these are the 5 areas. It's alignment with citywide plan, equity of population served, student performance and growth, operational health, and financial health. We really see the middle 3 buckets here, equity, student performance, and operational health, as the quality pieces. And just one thing I'll note is we're thinking that the points might change to 10 for alignment with the citywide plan and 5 for all the remaining ones, but happy to have a discussion about that. I can just talk briefly about each of these areas. So alignment with citywide plan, there we're talking about sort of, does the location make sense given the school, the charter school under consideration, given the community needs, given the surrounding district schools? Does the charter school offer high demand programming that is appropriate for that specific neighborhood and is desired by that neighborhood? And does the planned enrollment for the charter school align with the capacity of the facility? So given the authorized enrollment of the charter school, is this an appropriate size facility for them? And that could go in either direction. We don't want to put a charter school that's not going to, that's not going to fill it up and feel like they have to have pressure to grow. We also don't want a charter school that's too big for this space, and we'll try to be seeking other facility options. So equity of population served, this is really about the student body sort of prioritizing schools with a higher percent of in-district students and schools that serve a student body that's reflective of OUSD, including factors such as the percent of English learners, students with IEPs, and the percent of low-income students. Student performance and growth, here we would especially be looking for performance with higher needs subgroups and the trajectory of performance over time with those students. And then for operational health, a few pieces here sort of does the school have a positive historical relationship with the authorizer? So few notices of concern, they follow the rules and regulations that we outline, they're responsive to us for data requests and so forth. Efficient use of facilities in the past, do they especially if they've been involved in Prop 39 or have had leases with us in the past. Do they load their classrooms appropriately? And potentially giving a priority for OUSD authorized schools. And then the last piece is financial health. So looking to make sure that the school has a history of strong fiscal health and stable past enrollment, so we know that they can afford the rent that we would be charging, and also looking to ensure the lease would not, that the lease that they would be signing would not be exacerbating the district's fiscal distress. So the school is willing to sign a lease that would not exacerbate our fiscal issues. There are some standard terms here that are listed out that we would consider. So for example, the length of the lease term I talked earlier about would depend on the fit with the long-term lease criteria. We could consider whether we think charter schools as part of the lease should pay a higher fee for non-Oakland residents than for Oakland residents. That's something that's been done in prior long-term leases. The excess space, if there is excess space, let's say if the charter school at some point in their lease term, they have an enrollment decline, the excess space we could recapture for Prop 39, which would mean then we would be co-locating 2 charter schools with one another. And the last piece here is that sort of given the specific circumstances in which charter school it is, we might have other agreements that we negotiate with the school. So for example, data sharing agreements. If it's a county authorized school, maybe we want them to try to come back and be authorized first by the district. Maybe it's a school who we want to require to put in a lottery preference to serve higher need students. So these kinds of things, again, in the vein of what kinds of incentives are we putting into place here to encourage charter schools to both align with the citywide plan and increase the equity of who they're serving and the quality of how they're serving students. So with that, sort of this is just the timeline, as I mentioned, getting feedback for the next few weeks and plan to bring it back to the board at the end of April in a more formalized format.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Let's go to questions and then we can do public comment and if there's any additional questions. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you for the work. So when we approved the resolution on appointments to charter boards, one of the things that's named in that resolution is the creation of this board committee to deal with charter matters. But I didn't hear you mention that committee, but that would be an important place from my perspective to get feedback and to help hone this proposal. Because the timeline you've laid out is not consistent with creating that committee, you know, I just want to flag that for you, that was an important piece of infrastructure that we had talked about as a place where proposals could be developed related to the citywide plan. So I want to just offline have a conversation with you about the creation of that committee and what, you know, what kinds of other things will be coming before that committee. Can you go back to the criteria? So I wanted to, I think that equity of population served is being given too small preference here, because from my perspective, that was one of the most important reasons to adopt a citywide plan, because we know that charter schools in general are not serving the same high need students. And so I would actually say that that piece, that whole issue needs to be considered under the alignment with the citywide plan. Whether the population being served is a reasonable equivalent population reflective of the city's student population. So if you leave it as a standalone, it should be bigger in my perspective, in my opinion. Or the other option would be to put it under alignment with the citywide plan and leave that as an important, you know, the biggest piece. One of the things that I want to understand is that in the time I've been on the board, I've seen our board adopt real estate agreements that were really, really unfavorable and to the district and very poor, in my opinion, financial stewardship of our resources. I want to understand how you're thinking about this, because I haven't approved those deals, and I'm not going to approve any deals that continue to poorly serve us and our financial needs and our financial health. So I want to understand how you're thinking about these leases and how they would support our fiscal health, or not support, But I mean, I think it's good. It says lease will not exacerbate the district's financial distress, but actually we should be thinking about these leases as a way to bolster our fiscal health. So thanks for the work, and I'm eager to see how our feedback is incorporated.
What responses to the, you're at time, but.
Sure.
Sure. So on the standing committee piece, you know, I think with charter facilities matters, there is a conversation we should have around the charter standing committee versus the facilities committee, because we had been thinking about bringing this to the facilities committee. But I think that overlap is it's a good question to consider. In terms of the leases themselves, so certainly every individual lease would come to the board separately. In terms of the actual financial terms of the lease, we certainly are aware of the fact that there are certain leases in the past that have been unfavorable, and I believe a lot of that centers around rent credits and the way those have been used. And so, you know, we would be working with our lawyers to craft leases that would be more favorable, but also happy to hear about specific concerns that people think we should take into account before we bring any leases in the future to the board.
Director Yee.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. So one of the assumptions in here, and it's built into the slide that you're showing, is alignment with the citywide plan. But I'm not actually confident that I have a good sense of what the citywide plan's application to this is. And I think, from my perspective, your work is a bit premature, given the fact that we actually don't have a sense of how the citywide plan is going to be rolling out in concrete ways around actual neighborhoods, communities, districts, and so forth. So if I look at the first bullet on your alignment with citywide plan, location makes sense given community needs. So my belief would be, and I could be wrong, you'd have to tell me, is that because you're responsible for interfacing with the charter community and parents attempting to exercise choice, let's say, you might have a certain weighted opinion about what the community is needing or demanding versus families that are maybe not engaged in the charter community. I'm not sure how you, as the charter person, actually measure the pulse of the community's needs. So that's kind of one comment around this. And as I've said before, the unique high-demand programming begs the question whether we're fundamentally talking about neighborhood schools or choice schools. And if I don't see that language in a plan, then I'm not inclined to be very excited about it, because we have to address and we have to wrestle with what is the role of choice, family choice, and high demand and so forth versus our responsibility for a particular neighborhood. So that's the second one. And the third is the plan enrollment alignment with capacity of facility. As we've seen, the enrollment capacity changes depending on demographics and because of choice. Choice itself affects capacity as well as demand. And so if I don't see that kind of language, then I think the technical aspects that you've built in here are really good. And in fact, I would look at this as kind of a step in the right direction around the criteria for a citywide plan. So having said this, and I'm watching my time, my major concern is that we move too quickly into long-term leases when we haven't actually identified our facilities' needs in terms of whether we're going to have a new bond or not, whether we have a citywide plan which identifies neighborhoods and calls out certain things, and whether we have talked about neighborhood of choice. Until we do those kinds of things, I personally would put a pause. I mean, I'm all for one-year leases, two-year leases, but I'm aiming for 2020. And in 2020, I want to make sure we have the right balance between charter schools and district schools, between neighborhood schools and choice schools. And until then, I'm scared about proposed criteria for long-term charter leases. I'm not in favor of any, I don't see the advantage to us of a long-term charter lease when we haven't made those determinations ourselves.
Director Harris, you seem to be.
Yeah, just want to pick up on that as well. But for me, it kind of speaks to the language, the subjectivity versus objectivity. Who's making these determinations? Kind of what is their persuasion? What is their disposition around these issues? That could change. You leave the office, it becomes subject to someone else. Particular lines like location makes sense given community needs. My interpretation could be totally different, but I think Director Yee highlighting the fact that we haven't said what's appropriate for Middle Oakland, what's appropriate for West Oakland. Is it a STEM corridor? Is it not? So again, I think cart is slightly before the horse. Other phrases that, phraseology that is more subjective than objective. Positive historical relationship with authorizer. Who determines that? And then, my thought is, who is the person that's actually compiling this data? How does that then get escalated to the superintendent's office? So our goal is to get an objective analysis that aligns with what it is our vision is for the city. And so I see some challenges with this being an objective analysis, so I'd like to see it come back. But I think the larger point is the one you made. If we haven't been forthcoming about what it is our community of schools looks like, it's going to be hard for us to then place charters in. We've actually done more proactive work with our own district-run programs than we have with our charter program. So if you ask any charter partner, they said, I haven't really been engaged around the citywide plan. And so then it could be not advantageous to our district-run programs to say, yep, check the box, you're in for a 40-year lease. That may shortcut, work that we're trying to do at one of our district-run schools. So I think that has to be thought out. Overall, I'm not knocking the work. I like this kind of thinking. I like this kind of rubric. It's clear for everyone to see. But the front end of what my comments, the feedback around that, kind of speak to some of the challenges I speak to. So I think it's a good first crack, but would like to see some of those things, particularly those things that Director Yee lifted up, addressed before we make a second, before we vote on this. This is just a first reading, though, right? Got it.
This isn't technically a first reading.
Yeah. It's not even a first reading.
It's
discussion.
But depending on this discussion, we will determine what next steps are and whether or not we want to have a formal first reading or not, and or send it to the facilities committee or this other committee.
I'm happy to respond to a few points. So in terms of alignment with the citywide plan and where we are, so this is intended to be a framework by which we analyze potential long-term leases. Certainly, we would be bringing individual leases later down the road as they're ready. This would be used even for charter schools who are currently in a spot and have been there for a long time and want to stay there. And so we anticipate the first few that we would be bringing forward are schools that are more neighborhood charter schools and serve the local population and have been there for a very long time and have been eager to see a longer term lease, including several that have Prop 51 deals. So again, we can certainly put a pause on that. I have no problem with that, but just wanted to clarify that we wouldn't be bringing, moving a school to a different location and giving them a long-term lease for quite a while. And then the subjectivity versus objectivity, I think, is a great point. I think our sort of thinking was once we get the high-level criteria and buckets defined, that we would then be designing a rubric that says, what is the criteria for getting 1 point? What's the criteria for getting 3? What's the criteria for getting 5, let's say, and be much more concrete, because I do think otherwise everyone, and with any rubric, there's always a little bit of subjectivity, but we want to remove as much of that as possible. And so our plan would be to create a rubric that more clearly defines how you get to each of those point values.
Director Hinhodge.
Yes. So I guess I want to start out saying that this is really an uncomfortable conversation for me because, some of the language and things that we talk about around subjectivity in this conversation, for me, don't really even exist, right? There are folks on the board who are actively working against charters right now, right? You were in Sacramento today. We have legislation that looks that way. So for me, and that's fine, right? Like that's fine, because that too shall probably pass as well, right? Because it's politics. But what happens is that when you try to make a decision about things for even a projected long term, if your belief system is that these are schools that don't deserve a place, that these are children that don't deserve to be educated inside these systems, then for me, this subjectivity is pretty much all over the place here. Like, but the illusion that some kind of way that we're gonna like kind of just we're gonna come up with a rubric and go this way. I am having my own degree of like trust around what does this board truly believe about charters? Because if it's not about, if you want charters to serve more kids that have disabilities, you need to give them stable facilities. You need to think about long-term leases. If you want special ed kids to be throughout your district and not like transported all over to one side, you need to think about those empty, quasi-used, community wanting to use facilities as a space. And so that becomes a conversation about a long-term lease. But again, if the belief system is that I'm going to do everything in my power to prevent sustainability or success, right, for that school, then I just feel like we're just kind of playing in this world of whiteness, frankly, of like, we're going to come up with paradigms and we're going to come up with these things and these structures, but then what we don't talk about is really our belief. We don't really talk about how inequity kind of works and works against us in this. I'm going to run out of town, so I would like to actually get a second round, because I do want to pull out things like fiscal health in this conversation. I don't want to see, and I don't really want to make decisions around these fiscal pieces when we have not, as a district, done a fiscal study of charter impact, right? From a negative perspective, but also from a very positive perspective. Because in my mind, this is generating revenue. In my mind, this is saying I don't have to cut restorative justice or foster care kids. I actually get to accumulate rent, or I get to accumulate services from another system that is serving young people in Oakland, right? So I hope that I'll get another round, but that's going to be the next piece I want to kind of push in on.
Thank you. We can do another round after public comments. Director Torres, did you have anything? I had a few questions as well. Are you still with us, Director Torres?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I imagine it's kind of delayed, so hopefully it's not echoing, but I don't have a whole lot to say other than in taking the whole context of what prior board members said about putting the cart before the horse was something I heard, and wanting to make sure that we aren't rushing to engage in long-term leases as opposed to 1 or 2 year leases. And of course, my time on the board, one of the reasons that we have tried to change things is because we don't have enough staff per se, and the amount of work that's generated by the constant renewal. That's something that should be fixed, as opposed to when we're about to have a 7-Eleven committee, when we're about to see how we as a district, like hundreds of districts in California, have not fully utilized land because of the fact that over time students either recede. In our case, there's more charter schools. For whatever reason, districts across the state, from the people that I have spoken to who are working on the issue of teacher housing, staff housing, and maximizing the resource, which is land owned by districts throughout the state of California, which is their most valuable asset, we have to be very careful how we do this. And so I think this just falls into that category again, that we have no reason to rush something when there's all these other things moving in the district right now. And until that comes into focus and we understand where we need to make change and where we might have too many clusters of schools per se, and other areas of the city where we don't have enough options for families, that to me is way more important than getting into a political debate about whether this is anti-charter or pro-charter, because I definitely feel there's a bigger picture to this when you're talking about what the district could and should be doing with its facilities, its land, and how it can maximize to serve all the people working in the district, especially because I hate the thought that people have to commute from Vallejo, Antioch, Stockton, Sacramento, just to work with our children. They should be able to live and work in the same city. So if we can add to that and add value in that regard, I feel like that's the whole point of the 7-Eleven committee. So we're doing too much too fast in this area. So that's all I want to say.
Vice President London. Thank you, Director Torres. Vice President London.
Thank you very much for your work. I have just a couple of questions, and then I wanted to offer some comments. So if I'm understanding this correctly, this process will be run through your office, or who's going to own the process and make these recommendations?
So our office would be leading it, but we would be working with the asset management group that we currently have that includes members of facilities and legal and a few other offices.
Okay. One of the reasons that I'm interested in this policy is that I believe that we have in Oakland twice the number of charter schools that we should have, given the population of students in charter schools. It's this, and this is to the point of we're working to reduce the number of schools so we can get to a number that's more financially viable for us, and I believe that should be happening in the charter sector as well. I also know that we have more schools in the city than we have actual school sites, so we're always arguing over property. So I like the idea of having some very clear definitions and expectations around how that process for having access to the property will work. Is the number of points supposed to be 100? Because on this,
no.
Okay, it's only supposed to be 40. So this is
Yeah.
everything. So I would like. It sounds like not everyone is in the same place around this, but I think this is a really important plank of our citywide plan, and it's really going to be a tool that we need to have to say this is where we're going to cite schools and this is where we're going to cite school programs, and also start to think about special ed. If we want charter schools, I think you said this, Director Hinton-Hodge, to be taking services from our SELPA, knowing where the programs are and so on and so forth. I think that's important. But I would like to see this explained differently. I think I shared with you all, with the staff yesterday, that I would prefer to see these criteria captured in a memo of some sort, more of a written document that can be a record that has more analysis behind it and history, so that when none of us are sitting up here, whoever follows us can look through that and try to understand it. I think when you have a written record, it's a better way to make policy, and it leaves more for those who will follow in our footsteps, almost like the bill analysis that you see in the legislature. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a few questions and comments also, many of which have been touched upon. In terms of the criteria, I think Director Yee and Director Harris both hit on some points that that had resonated with me around the citywide plan. We give a lot of, I know that you're looking at reordering this too, but for it to have such heavy weight, I believe that I didn't quite know what that meant when I heard alignment with citywide plan. I think that we each also have different definitions, and without kind of seeing and understanding what that looks like, and without addressing the enrollment and the enrollment question around neighborhood versus choice schools, to me, there's a tension there. Also, to Director Gonzalez's point, I also had a similar point around, are we really using these facilities as an opportunity to incentivize and leverage, incentivize schools and leverage the opportunity to that charter schools who are serving some of the more can serve more of the higher needs populations. Are we leveraging that opportunity? And so I see it here in terms of it just part of the criteria, but I'm not sure if maybe that's where you talked about there's additional ways that we could look at increasing or really leveraging it as an opportunity. I didn't see anything about facilities improvements. So if a charter school is bringing to bear additional facilities improvements, should we be considering that as part of the financial, either the financial health picture or another part of their criteria? Because I do think that that is part of a consideration too, in terms of what that means for us long-term around some of our deferred maintenance. Also, the financial health piece here is a little confusing or concerning around the lease would not exacerbate district's financial fiscal distress. So it was not, that's worded a little funny to me, so I don't know what that means, or I also question, to Director Hinton-Hodges' point, is this a revenue generation opportunity or not? Here it's worded as if it won't further exacerbate any worse situation. So I guess that would be helpful to just draw out a little bit more. And I was curious if we looked at any other districts in terms of how they structure this, their agreements, and whether or not you're looking at long-term leases as also with the facility use agreements. I know we've talked about facility use agreements also before, if you're looking at that as the same thing, or opportunities to around facility use agreements. And then finally, I know there's a lot of things, I just am rambling them all off. Finally, I wonder if we put some parameters around the lease terms. I know that it sounds like that's going to be open-ended, but we're of 1 or 2, long-term above, up to 5 years is very different than a 50-year term lease. And so I don't know if we want to put some parameters around what we're talking about, or because that seems like a large range. So I had put down like 5 to 15-year lease, or just in terms of a range that we're considering would be helpful. So that was a lot, but I just wanted to kind of ramble off some of the comments that I had at hand. I know Director Hinton-Hodge had another comment. Can we go to public comment first, and then we can do one more round? Okay. Let's do public comment, and then we can do a final round by the board. And we should discuss next steps in terms of this item.
We have 3 speakers: Kim Davis, Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchinson.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual. A citywide plan has, in my value system, start with the city which is racially and economically divided, according to the housing. So what is your desegregation plan? I never hear about the desegregation plan. Now, some people are just happy. They see that as having control. I have control of whatever my community is. I think there was a charter school that for African-speaking, French-speaking Africans or something that was created. And then you had the charter school that was created by the Turkish group. So, you have this group type thing. You don't get choice. You're the government. Government is overpowering choice. It's not about the individual child. It's the collective. It's the group. What's best for the group? And it is decided that separate is not equal, and it's up to you to deal with that choice. That's what the Supreme Court said. It's your job, the local government, to deal with separate is not equal. And you keep ignoring it. It's not in your plan. When are you going to deal with the desegregation point? I never hear it.
Good evening again, Carol Delton. I did attempt to sign up through e-comment. I'm not sure that I have that process down, so I will fill out a card. There are 2 points I wanted to raise to the point that these leases should be a source of revenue for the district. And I believe that it should not be just that it doesn't exacerbate the district's financial distress, but that it is of financial benefit to the district as a whole. 2 points on that. One is that there needs to be, to the point that's been made, a definition of how long-term is this going to be. If you have a 3-year term, it can double to 6, but if you have a 5-year term and it doubles to 10, that takes you down the road where a lot of financial and legal issues have changed. One of the legal areas right now is credits for construction and modernization. I do not believe that those should be allowed to impact the rent that the district receives. Those should be approved by the district, but they can be taken into consideration. There have been situations where they have essentially canceled any financial receipt that the district would have had from that property, and that can't be allowed to go on. Thank you.
And your e-comment was received, Ms. Dalton.
Kim Davis, parent. You know, I think that there's a lot to be worked out. I think that, you know, you need to have some sort of coherence because we know that we haven't had that, and it's probably not fair to the applying schools. It's definitely not fair when you end up with a 40-year lease on a district property with virtually no income coming from it, as happened with the KIP Lafayette program. But more, you know, and so we do need to talk about the revenue generation and recognize that, you know, you have a fiscal fiduciary responsibility to the district to maximize revenue where you can. So that's something that you need to take into consideration. But I also wanted to share something with you that I prepared more relating to the co-location issue, but I think also applies generally to the facilities. And that is, and kind of to Director Hinton Hodges' point, is not always about stability in a location that impacts how what students you're serving, because some long-term located charter schools are not serving certain populations. I just want to quickly just give you the statistics that are on the back of this. OUSD, as compared to co-located charter schools, serves 13.5% more African American students, 2% more Latinx students, 24% more students who receive free and reduced price lunch, 14% more students who are English learners, 8% more students who are special education, and 4.5% more students that are unhoused. This is from
the planning to pass that out?
Yes, I'm going to hand this to you.
Okay,
but this is startling information that we need to consider when we're talking about who we're letting or who we're giving our buildings to and who is educating our kids.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. Thanks.
Mike Hutchinson. Unfortunately, you shouldn't need the stats from Ms. Davis because those are OUSD stats, and you all should be well aware of the demographics within your own district. You know, this isn't going to work. So we see for goals of developing criteria, number one, support high-quality charter schools that are serving diverse populations well. So we know what the goal of this is. You state it right there as the number one thing. This won't work. There is no citywide plan. This won't work. You have not engaged the community. At least in the blueprint process, you set up a process where there's a community engagement group. There has been no community engagement with this at all. None. So do you think the community is going to really accept that you're going to give more 40-year leases for our public property when you haven't even engaged us one time? The work product here is unacceptable. It doesn't say who made this report. There's errors in here. It cites plans that haven't even been approved. What is the asset management group? That's not a democratically elected group, and we couldn't even hear a clear definition of who's on it. So who's deciding the future of our public property? And before we give any more charters a 40-year lease, we need to have a discussion about how those charters got those schools in the first place. Because most of the charters that are housed in our public school facilities, that was done during the state administrator when we were disenfranchised as a community and we had no control over it. And now you are trying to make those things permanent through 40-year leases.
Thank you, Mr.
The last time you
Hutchinson.
did this, we should have 2 minutes because
Thank you. We have several items to go. Okay. Okay, Miss. I gave you the same amount of time over as everybody else. This is not a this is not even a first reading. This is a discussion. I'm not going to have a back and forth with you right now.
You really see the problem? I know a couple of you up there get it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm not against charter schools. I'm for children getting a good education, but not at the expense of our children. See, that's the problem. Don't take from our kids. The problem we have is you sit up and the state gives charter school money, the district gives charter school money. Then the charter school sits and they cherry pick from our children to get the best test scores, okay? You know I'm telling the truth. The charter schools, look at the statistics on how many black kids are in charter schools. You don't cater to certain ethnicities. You don't, as a parent and an advocate for the handicapped, your handicapped students in charter schools are very, very low. If the charter schools are going to accept money from the state, accept money from the district, they should adhere to the same guidelines as the Oakland Unified Public Schools do. They should accept a certain amount of handicapped children. They should accept a certain amount of black students in the school.
Thank you.
It should be, no, I ain't done yet. And I'm tired of you. Because what I got to say is important. We sat here and we listen to you, so you need to listen to us.
Mr. Hunt, can we just speak with respect, please?
I always speak with respect. She ain't respecting me. It never has. It ain't respectful to be interrupted when I'm saying something very important. The charter schools need to accept.
You're. Are there any other public speakers on this item? All right, sounds like there was some additional comments by the board. Who would like to start? Director Hinton-Hodge.
So, no, I need longer than 2 minutes. But okay. Director Gonzalez talked about this charter committee. I hope I voted against that resolution, but because I think for me it was a vagary around what that committee was. I thought that it was an overstretch, and that it is not anything for the board to be managing and directing staff around. It is the superintendent's committee, from my understanding. And so I think I might need to ask that there's more definition brought back around that, whatever that committee was, because I thought it was just a committee to select people to be on the board, But if y'all added language to do something else, loopholes or whatever, I need to be clear on that. Because Director Gonzalez brought that up and said it should be incorporated in this, right? That now all of a sudden that committee is going to be looking at long-term leases or judging it. So I need that. That is not what I hope I didn't even vote for it, but if I did, that's not what I thought it was going to be doing. So I want to like do some like reality check. So Achieve Academy is been in our system for a really long time, and they're on a site. So this is when I'm gonna be random, subjective. That's probably a group that we have historical relationship with. We've known them for a while. They've been there. They've done the business, right? So that's long term. KIPP, I live in that community, so I know what waste was happening inside of a school where kids were not performing well, and there was 500 seats that were left empty because parents were like not choosing the school. And KIPP being in that school, you may not feel like it's a monetary thing, but it is clearly a burden off of our books right now in terms of them being able to build and bring up the property in some kind of way. Madam President, I would like at least one more minute, if you don't mind, if I can get from my colleagues or something, if you don't mind. Thank you, I appreciate it. Urban Montessori is a school that we're in controversy with right now. Reality check, right? They had a long-term lease. I think it is expiring now. As soon as it expired, we start doing some other kind of conversation about use of space and 2 extra rooms, and so those things feel uncomfortable. Bay Tech, also some space that, you know, long-term has been there for a while. Prop 51, or added resources. Again, these are the things that, you know, I do want to explore, and is this where you can generate revenue, right? Is this, even Prop 39, like, is this the place where you can actually have some resources? That comment there, to me, is incredibly biased, because while the talking points in the nation right now are about, you know, charter schools, you know, distressing us fiscally, we don't have any data that backs any of that up, really, frankly, and I want to see that data. Non-Oakland students, I'll say, is discriminatory for me right now, because non-Oakland students right now are the kids that live in Vallejo and Stockton, and their families get up early in the morning and they bring them back to a school because this is where their granny lives in the neighborhood, or their auntie, or where they used to live. And so I'm having a hard time distinguishing between why I need to charge a kid that's been displaced out of Oakland more money, or that school more money, to get educated in that way. So I'll stop here, but want to continue because I have many, many more points.
Director Yee.
Thank you. And Ms. Maraka, I want to be sure that you don't think that my comments were a critique of your work, because I actually think your work is of high quality. My critique is really more of us moving on a strategic citywide plan that talks about all of our schools, because as I hear people talking about racial and ethnic and special needs balance in our schools, the reality is we don't have that balance in all of our schools either. So we have a lot of work to do across the whole district. And actually the criteria you suggested here, I think, is a perfectly appropriate beginning point for our criteria around assessing any of our schools, district schools, charter schools, and out-of-district schools. This is the way that we should be thinking about what is our portfolio, if you don't want to use, or if you don't want to use the word portfolio, of our system of schools. This is a community of schools. So this is a way of thinking about how we're thinking about schools. So the question is, it's easy for us to draw ideological lines, and as I think people know on this board, I'm interested in finding a way where we actually have conversations together. That's why I'm excited about the citywide plan, because it proposes that we actually sit together, charter schools, district school, charter parents, district parents, actually sit together and actually think about what are these criteria and how do our schools operate in that range. And so I'm actually quite in favor of this. Now, I know that you have real work to do around Prop 39 and Prop 51, and we recognize that this is very complicated to have working on a strategic plan and at the same time making decisions about schools. But I believe some of your Prop 51 stuff is actually indicative of modeling of what are the ways that we could lift up high-quality relationships which reflect what we believe to be a citywide plan, even though we don't have a citywide plan. But I think everybody would agree, if we talk about the Achieve, for example, there probably are examples where people work together in a constructive way for the benefit of all kids, and I'm really wanting you to know and wanting the superintendent to know that moving forward is where I want to go, not putting a kibosh on anybody, but saying let's go forward. And so my comments were really about the citywide plan around which the charter stuff would fit in. But you can see that if the charter stuff comes up by itself, it gets critiqued as if you were representing charters, not as if you're representing the whole city.
Can I just respond to one point about that? The work around Prop 51, because that does entail long-term leases by necessity, we see that would be on pause until this criteria is approved. So we believe that those Prop 51 deals, and I don't anticipate that we would bring all of them forward, but the few that we choose to bring forward, we would want to make sure that they are in alignment with this criteria.
Right, and so the challenge is sometimes objective criteria are impediments to actually productive work on behalf of the community as a whole. Sometimes only criteria work, but I'm not exactly sure what the balance of those two things are. That's why I think the citywide plan is what's important for me. Oh, the last comment that I just wanted to make is I went back through the community of schools that you put in the beginning, policy, and is there a way to actually look at the 5 elements of the citywide plan or the community of schools plan and build your proposed criteria to reflect those community of schools elements? It might require a little bit of readjusting, but I think that the connection of those two is actually the elements of a real full strategic plan. Superintendent? Because this is about charters, but really the community of schools is about charters and our district schools. And we have to always start with that conversation around which charter schools is a subset, not start with the charter schools of which the citywide plan is separate from it.
When you say elements, so one of the elements of the citywide plan is to create long-term lease criteria, but we can flesh out the connection here. I think, heard sort of loud and clear from the board that would be helpful to flesh out what we mean by alignment with citywide plan in non-bullet point narrative form.
Right, because isn't the citywide plan sitting between the communities of schools and what this is? This is an example of a piece of the citywide plan of community schools implementation or not?
Yes, so again, the citywide plan is the multiple year implementation plan of the board policy 6006, which has the components A, B, C, D, and E. I forget which letter
Coincidentally,
this is.
There's 5 elements here.
Yes. So all of them are to drive towards quality. And so really trying to figure out what's going to be the criteria in terms of who stays in the Prop 39 process until that law is revised, and then who has a more stabilized facility, while we're also working on what's the best placement of early childhood, what's the best placement of special education, where we expand, where we may need to merge and consolidate. So all of those things have to be reconciled in order to have the quality. So part of trying to start to do this piece first, to get to some of the pieces from the community, is when we talk about making revisions to long-term leases and enrollment, which really gets to your piece around neighborhood or choice, it's going to take more than a year in terms of having engagement. So we have to start the discussion now. I think even right now, some of the rich discussion in terms of how to present what we're doing. So even if we're just talking about one element, we're reminding everybody that this is one piece of a larger picture. You know, those are things, to Sonali's point, that we can do. But the point here isn't to get ahead of the charters, and that has been feedback from the charter community that they want to be a part of the discussion around quality. But, you know, there are many complicated pieces to get this criteria right, which means we need to kind of start the discussion here and take it to some of the work groups that Sonali has already constructed that are both charter and also folks from who represent district schools as well.
And just one last thing is to comment is, this all came about because of Vice President London's comment about too many district schools and too many charter schools. And all of a sudden it occurred to me that we have to create some kind of criteria that actually operates across all of our schools and not just the charter schools. And once we do that, then I think we can defend all of the decisions that we have to make around our
and I'll have Sonali talk about some of the conversations that are already happening around quality, to your point, so I'll let her.
That's right. So there is an ongoing work around a definition of quality, which is also a big piece of the citywide plan that would be consistently used for both district and charter schools. And this would be consistent with a lot of the principles, or with the principles in that quality work, and that work does involve charter principles and district principles.
So I need to move the conversation along. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item? All right. So
this idea of too many schools, to Director London's piece, I would like for us to have a real conversation about that comment, because we don't have enough quality schools. And so again, I was in a neighborhood where there was 400 empty seats inside of a school. And so it made sense. That was not a bullet, sorry. It made sense for Lafayette not to be there and KIPP to be there. So that's either some political, ideological difference, but your statement doesn't fit with my statement and my reality. So I just want to figure out spaces where we can have these conversations. And citywide plan, for me, I'm going to start saying portfolio of schools. I'm going to start saying community of schools. I'm going to start calling it what it is, because this kind of talking around it is really, really difficult, right? Because I don't, we need the superintendent to get to quality and balance it out. We can't undercut charters in this conversation, because the citywide plan definitely says that. I'm sorry, I'm not doing bullets again. Facilities, important to all of this. I'm gonna keep with that bullet. And then the bullet around county versus district, and the dialogue around bring the county school back to the district. Can we have that conversation as well?
So noting that you had some requests for longer discussions that are not necessarily related to this, but around some other issues.
I think I only took notes off of this, and so I heard, are we going to only give to a OUSD authorized school? Well, priority for that, why? We've decided to turn down OUSD authorized schools, send schools out into the county or to the state, right?
Okay.
That could use our facility.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that's not a given for me.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for the clarity. So can you go to the timeline slide? So I think that at this time, I don't think it makes sense to refer it to the charter committee, because we haven't even formed that yet. And there was a recommendation actually for that to be using the intergovernmental agency as the charter committee, but I think that needs to come for discussion by the board. So I actually, one of the recommendations was going to be for this to go to the facilities committee next, which is going to be on April, when is this?
I'm sorry, but the agenda for that day is getting very full. We try to keep those meetings to 1 hour, and we have two very, I'm concerned that we're not going to be able to, I don't understand why it's going to the facilities committee. I think it's a bigger conversation for the full board.
Okay.
I mean, if you all really want it to go there, we can try to fit it in there.
Okay, so
but I
then
just-
if that's the case, then I think it should come back, if it comes back to the full board, it should come back for 2 readings, I think. I don't think we should go, we're clearly not ready to move to a vote yet. Because it sounded like, what I was hearing was different hesitations about timing, a lot of questions around different aspects and wanting more clarity. What I'm saying is this is not a formal first reading right now. This is just a discussion item. We don't have a resolution or a memo. So what I was saying was that maybe the next time this can come back, maybe April 24th, which we were going back and forth whether or not April 24th was going to be board approval or first reading anyways, depending on the facilities committee. So
Madam
one
President,
recommendation.
I'm losing it because I know that there's people who are saying this is a cart before the horse. This is the work that the superintendent has been put out to do and has been doing. And so all of this extra data and all this extra information, I'm not sure what there's a lot of data that I want, but I know that if we don't move this, you don't make decisions about Prop 39. You don't make decisions about Prop 51. Money goes away. And if this is about, right, you don't like the charter, but you at least want their money, you better get with program and deal with your structure. So that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying it has to go to facilities. I'm just saying, why can't we make a decision to have the staff move forward with the work that they've been projecting for a while?
All I was saying was that this isn't a formal first reading, so
That was my mistake. It's not a first
it's not a
read. It is a
first
discussion.
reading. So I think jumping directly, it's fine if the will of the board is, the goal with going to the facilities committee would be so that it would have a formal first reading before it comes to the board for a full vote. If it's not going to the facilities committee, I would recommend we do a first and second reading at the full board then, which would mean April 24th and May 8th.
We always have the option to postpone if people aren't ready to vote. I'm fine with sticking with this timeline, knowing that if people aren't, you guys, my understanding, Ms. Maraca, is that you're planning to do engagement with board members. Is that correct?
Before we bring it back?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm personally fine.
Yeah.
I'm personally fine with it as a thing about Prop 51 and Prop 39. I'm just trying to move the citywide planning process faster so that it catches up. Otherwise, the charter school stuff is going to be out there by itself. And that's where it creates conflict because, there's all kinds of rumors about charter takeover and all the rest of that. And it doesn't have to be there because some of the work is actually going on that's positive and constructive, but we don't get to hear it.
It will be charter walk away is what's going to happen. You're going to lose millions of dollars. So before the takeover happens, people are going to be like, I'm out.
So I think we're talking about two different things. Okay.
He's talking one side of it where he wants to talk about the citywide plan, the portfolio, how do we all get along. However, there's a practical issue right now on the table. You have dollars on the table with Prop 51. You have got to be somewhat pragmatic at this point, guys, to say, how can I go into a relationship with Castlemont and LPS? They've been working on it for a year and a half. It got quoted in the grand jury report. Why can't we move that?
The whole thing is messy because there are some places where it's going to be more partnership. There are going to be some places where it's going to be more contentious. There are going to be some places where, to expand one, it's going to feel or have the perception of displacement of another program. Sometimes that program's going to be a charter. Sometimes it may be a district school. So all of that is part of the process.
All I'm suggesting, you all, is that in the paradigm of whiteness, just because you put it in a rubric, in a framework, and you number it and you letter it, that is not going to take up the space that you have to do around real equity conversations, real conversations about race, real conversations about who's getting served, right? So for example, you have to have that conversation with Achieve and UPA. You could have that conversation tomorrow about, do they use their Prop 51 to support Achieve, that is a school that's been there for a really long time, UPA who hasn't been there as long, who had chained off their school from them because they wanted to be separate. And so, right, like now is the conversation of your Prop 51 has got to go to this school? Like, I know you're not following me exactly, but
No, I am.
But the messiness, but I'm just saying the messiness is in each one of them, and all I'm suggesting is y'all can have rubrics, criteria, paperwork all day long.
All right. So, did you want to chime in? Because I'm trying to. We need to move on.
We need to move because you're about to say.
That's exactly, yeah.
So I think what would be helpful, note that I'm not disagreeing with anything that you said. I've actually been in Fruitvale having conversations with families about UPA and Achieve and Fruitvale and the need for quality. I totally agree. All those things are coming up. I think what would be helpful now is to get a summary of what is some of the feedback as a board that you want to move this forward. That would be just to have that summary.
Okay, that's what I was going to suggest. And so my feedback was, I don't think we should slow down. I think I at least gave you some feedback. I'd like to see that as soon as possible reflected in this document, and we keep moving. I would also put forward, if you're looking for a community that is not kind of caught up in this political deal, look at Castlemont. Look at the prince. I met last week with the principal and the leadership at Castlemont, teachers, leadership there, and the teachers and leadership at LPS.
That's most likely the long-term lease we would be bringing forward first.
And so I would say if we're looking for a community that is interested in partnership, that community in its entirety is there, and they're ready to speak to the issues of, even though they're not they don't speak to the average numbers for the district. LPS and Castlemont serve much higher numbers of the populations mentioned. So I think that community would feel comfortable with me saying, if you're looking for an example of how this could work, it is working at Castlemont.
We would like to pilot this criteria with that
pilot it
deal.
at Castlemont. So I'm just saying. So it's a matter of looking for opportunities that are points of strength, and leveraging those points of strength. And getting into the other politics of it all, that's going to slow us down. So I would just offer the Castlemont community to bring them to the table. Hear their stories, hear from each community, and hear how they want to work together. And elevate that conversation and use it as a case study or pilot.
Yeah, I agree completely. We thought they would be a perfect example of how to pilot this criteria, and they are working already jointly on a presentation that they could potentially bring that would align to the criteria. We were hoping to have the criteria approved so that they can align their presentation to that criteria. Yeah.
All right. So,
but also, I agree with you, Director Harris, and like politics doesn't come out of the air. Like we create the politic as well, right? So I would say, I mean, again, I'll vote for your criteria. I'm not really, I don't do that level of wordsmithing and digging in that way as a board member. But I think more my point is like, get the politics out of the way. Like, deal with kids and deal with families. Like, urban Montessori to me is a mess. And that's politics. And we can say, don't do the ones that aren't political, but we created politics in this.
So, I think we're getting off topic here. I'd like to. Okay, we don't need any yelling back and forth also from the audience. So we need. So let's. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to recess if there's back and forth. All right, it's very late. We don't want to. So okay. So what we're gonna do. It sounds like what we're gonna do is does not want us. There's a preference not to go to the facilities committee. This will come back to the board on April 24th. At that time, we can see if we're ready to vote on that or if that's going to be the first reading. If it is the first reading, we can look to bring it back for a vote on the May 8th meeting if the board is not ready to vote on that at that time. Is that okay? I personally feel like we should do 2 full reads, given the nature of the topic. So but you know, that's my personal preference. But we can do a first read. Yes, Director Harris. I'm going to agendize it as on the 20, for first reading on 24th, and then we can follow it up with a vote the next meeting. That's the preference. Okay. All right. Getting close to, okay, we're still at 9:30. We have the next item is item T1. This is a presentation, also not voting item. For this item, we have our Chief of Police who will present on this item. Chief Godin.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. To my right is Jewel Milstead. He's my new school security officer coordinator. He's been on board for about 2 months, and he'll be available to answer any of your SSO questions. I know that we have a few, and we'll talk about the SSO program and where we stand and what our plans are for the future. Per board policy 5145, we report the data tracking calls for service and arrest twice yearly, and this is my report for this period. The day range is June 9th to January 5th, 2019. This is for 87 school days. During this period, we handled 1,103 calls and 2,395 incidents, meaning we handled 1,103 calls, but some of these calls necessitated more than one officer to respond to, and that's the reason why the number is higher. We might have 2 or 3 officers respond to one specific call. During that time, and you look at our list of priority calls as far as violent crimes, batteries, robberies, 106, mental illness, and I'm going to do a deeper dive into that. There were 70 crimes against children, 87 property crimes, 58. When you look at the data tracking under arrest, we arrested 4 people during this period. One incident involving 3 male Hispanics where they pulled up next to the victim who happened to be a student. They shot at the student who heard shots fired. Ultimately, these 3 people were arrested for ADW against our victim, which was a student. The other arrest we made involved a student who shot a counselor in front of the liquor store up the street from Castlemont and actually injured him with a handgun. This particular student in question, we were able to get him to come in and surrender because of the relationship he had with one of my police officers, Veer Singh. He knew him and he voluntarily came in and surrendered himself into custody. We talk about the top 4 schools for service: McClymonds, Fremont, Castlemont, Frick, Montero, West Oakland, Midland for the elementary, La Escuelita, and Horace Mann. We talk about the calls for service: Castlemont, Oakland Tech walkthrough. When you see a walkthrough, that's an incident where the school has called and asked us to respond to the school for a litany of reasons. They're asking for police presence, if possible. It's going to be a confrontation. There's an issue with a parent, so they are calling us to come to their school. We're not arbitrarily just walking through on our own. We get a call to come to that school. When you look at the middle schools, for the top 4 middle schools, Frick, Montero, West Oakland Middle, and Elmhurst were the top 4. And this chart here talks about a historical information. During this period, we arrested 4 people. We handled 1,103 calls. Dating back to January 2016, we handled 1,264 calls, so we consistently handle about 1,000 calls a semester. I stood before you November, I think, 2014. I think Director Harris was the president at the time, and we talked about my plea to you, or my pledge, is that the theory of pipeline to prison would not exist in this district. And I stand fast factually right here with the numbers that there is no such thing as a pipeline to prison for OUSD-PD. We're not over-arresting students. We only arrested 4 that we were mandated to arrest due to the felony charges. I can tell you during this period there were probably 35 or 40 instances where we could have placed students in custody, and we did not do that. We came up with other reasonable ways to handle some of those problems. We just are not arresting the students. It's as simple as that. The complaints during this period, there were no complaints against police officers. I want to go to a different sheet of paper only because we have updated some of the issues here. At conduct unbecoming, school staff filed a complaint against a security officer making inappropriate physical contact with a female student. The discipline was termination on that particular officer. Another incident involving school staff filed a complaint against 2 security officers for getting into a heated and loud argument. That conduct unbecoming turned out to be a letter of reprimand. The other conduct unbecoming involved school staff filed a complaint against a school security officer making inappropriate comments that also were asking for termination. And lastly, school staff filed a complaint against a school security officer making inappropriate comments toward female staff member, also asking for termination. And those termination findings are sitting with talent, and they're going through that process as we speak. I want to touch on a couple things before I open up for any of your questions. I want to get a deeper dive into some of these radio calls because, you know, there's misinformation that floats around every time I give my presentations or I'm asked questions by some of you in the board, or quite frankly, there's information that just isn't true. And I want to make sure that everybody has a true understanding of some of the facts here. During this period, we handled 11 415 threats, meaning somebody threatened students at a school. During this period, we handled 4 annoying molest child calls. During this period, we handled 11 ADWs, 25 batteries, 5 brandishing of weapons, 5 child endangerments, 15 crimes against a child, 30 mental evaluations where we're mandated to go out and do a mental evaluation on a student and place them in a 5150 hold. The argument sometimes will be if we had more counselors, police wouldn't have to do that, and that's not true. We have to do this by law, that we're mandated to go out and handle that call. We also handled 9 indecent exposure, 27 inflicting injury on a child, 28 mentally ill evaluations where we went out and did a mental evaluations and determined that they weren't fit to fall under the 5150 category, so we sent them back home to their parents, or we sent them to the counselor, or we worked with some of the behavioral health folks. There were 20 incidences where we handled missing juvenile calls, 24 incidents where there were robberies, 7 incidents where we had a runaway juvenile, 12 incidents of sexual assault, 2 shooting into a school, 9 welfare checks, and 8 cruelty to child. The bottom line is every one of these calls involving a student victim, and we lose sight of sometimes these calls, all these victims are our students. And we talk about, when you look at the fiscal vitality survey, director, that I've talked to you about, the #1 priority for parents as well as principals was a safe and clean school. And we fall into that category with police services. Every one of these calls that we handle are service to students. We're not arresting students, we're out there helping these students over and over again. I think we play an important role when it comes to the educational process. If the students don't feel safe, they're not going to be able to study, they're not going to be successful. And every one of these calls involved a victim, which was a student here at OUSD. My budget is a little over $6 million. I hear all the time that there's a $6 million police budget. That's not factually correct. The budget for the sworn side of the $6 million is about 1.4, and that's with benefits. All the other rest of that budget is school security officers and civilian support personnel. So the budget for sworn is probably about 20% of the entire budget. I have 9 police officers. I do not have 20. I have 9. During this last budget issue, I lost another police officer. The radio calls are handled by the Oakland Unified School District. These calls are not handled by OPD. OPD does not police our schools. They do not handle the calls in our schools. That is 100% fact. I've heard people say that OPD is handling the calls, and that's just not true. There have been questions to me about OPD handling the enforcement of the school district. Director Gonzalez, you and I had that discussion. I immediately went and scheduled a meeting with the chief of OPD. I sat down and talked to her, and she blatantly said she does not want to have to police the schools. She doesn't have the personnel to police the schools, nor does she have the personnel that have the expertise to police the schools. She also reminded me that we get 911 dispatch services for free and a lot of other things that we get for free when we're working through this process. So she's not interested in entering into any kind of MOU with OUSD to oversee police services. I had that conversation with her in person. I was hesitant to have that conversation with you at the board in public setting. She then sent me a letter authorizing me to speak for her and tell you what I just told you. She also said that if they had to police a school district, the price to police a school district would be astronomically more than what you're paying now, because the officers make a lot less here at OUSD than OPD. Now I know, and I've gone through many discussions with the superintendent about the budget and how everybody has to tighten their belts, and we've got budget issues here. And the police department is not immune to those budget issues. And I also recognize that we've got a great working relationship with Barbara and the restorative justice folks. And restorative justice plays an important role in this district, and I do recognize that, and I'm very supportive of them. Mr. Milstead can talk about his restorative justice practices, and he's an expert in restorative justice. That's why I brought him into the SSO program, to help with restorative justice, to help with that piece. So I hope to be able to implement more of that, and we'll talk about that later with the SSO reconfiguration, as I would say. So I guess what I'm saying is I understand everybody has to tighten their belts under the budget. I've talked to the superintendent about that, or what we can do to better police, what we can do to have a better delivery model to be able to support our students. But I came to you almost 5 years ago and pledged to you that this department would be in support of students, and we are every single day. I'm proud of the work that this department has done. As far as the SSO program is concerned, I know we're losing 24, I think, SSO positions because of the budget issues. I can guarantee you that the redeployment of the SSO positions we can do, we will be able to make sure the schools will stay safe with the allotment of SSOs that we have. I'm also working with Preston, and I've talked to the superintendent about reconfiguring that SSO position, changing the job description, making it more of a climate and culture type ambassador, and this is something that Preston has been really a champion with me. My concerns are the climate and culture in some of these schools where SSOs spend the day standing in a bathroom to make sure no one smokes inside the bathroom. It's more of a reactive as opposed to a proactive approach that we're looking to. So we're working on the job description. We're working with Preston. I've talked to the Director Torres about the new job description, to work through that, to have a differently trained SSO that can handle more than just standing out there and just ushering kids back to schools, kind of what we would call a culture and climate ambassador, so to speak, that can handle some caseloads, do some more mentoring, do some more social and emotional learning, some restorative justice practices. So we're working through that process now. And with that, I'll answer any of your questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I had a question. You actually did a good job of breaking out the mental health pieces. But in one of the slides, you actually distinguished a suicide threat versus kind of mental health. Or 5150s is, what was the mental health piece, like maybe a kid having a psychotic break? Like there's a range of mental health, and then suicide was suicide?
So when we do the calls for service director, they come out in different, depending on how the call is sent into the 911 center. How it works here is people will either call us, and we, over these, and the one thing I forgot to mention to you, I mean, we handle the over 1,000 calls, but I'm not counting the calls that we get from talent, the calls we get from legal, the calls we get on the weekend, some from board members, some of the calls that we handle as far as we run into issues where we have problems at school. We have issues where we have calls at schools where they want to talk out an issue related to a problem with the student that we're very supportive. So when it comes to the mental evaluation, the 5150 hold on the Welfare and Institution Code means an officer will go out there, will evaluate the status of a particular individual, and then they're placed to a medical facility for observation up to 72 hours.
Okay.
The call that you put out could come in. Sometimes we'll get a student on one of the media platforms threatening to kill themselves or having a bad day, so we would go out and we'd also investigate those. So there's different mental issues, they just come out in different calls.
So I guess I'm appreciating pulling out the suicide piece, because I think that that's something, I didn't see it in other schools, but it's a low number, it's not low enough, right? I want to see 0 kids with that kind of threat. So just knowing that you're in partnership with behavioral health or whatever. Thank you.
Any other, Director Harris?
Well, just the elevated numbers at McClymonds and for walkthroughs, I mean, can you offer any insight, and maybe even from an SSO perspective, kind of what's going on? There seems to be something different about the culture at MAC when you have to have 40 walkthroughs And then I'm wondering, like, kind of how does the SSO interaction work? I know a little bit about how it works at Madison Park or Castlemont, but I don't know how the SSOs roll at Mac. Can you speak to any of these numbers as it relates to McClymonds?
Yes, sir. I would tell you, in some instances, they will ask us to come by because they're possibly going to have some kind of event, or they anticipate a parent coming back to the school that was there the day before that was disruptive, threatening somebody. Or they would have us come back in essence of there was an issue at the school related to a possible fight that was going to occur. So we get a lot of those requests to go back to those schools. I can tell you in Castlemont, for example, we have a good working relationship. Veer Singh, the officer that I brought up to you before, he has such a great relationship with the students in the Pacific Islanders, the students there, that they ask him to come to that school. They ask him to hang out there. They ask for a little more officer presence. So some schools ask for the officer presence. We're more embedded in that particular school that's being asked for the school. But for that particular McClymonds, I mean, I can look at them and look at them a little deeper for you. They just come off the sheet of the walkthrough. But we can look, I'd have to spend some time going through it.
Director Yee. Thank you for the report. And could you introduce me to your colleague here again?
I'm going to let him come up here because he didn't want to do it. I'm going to let him do it himself.
Okay.
Once again, my name is Jules Milstead. I've been with the district for 5 years. Before this position, I was the case manager for foster youth. I was the first person that Liddell Willis hired to start the program. So I basically have a relationship with all these SSOs, principals, administrative staff, school students, because I've been around for the last 5 years serving the foster youth program. So as for me, I grew up in Oakland. I'm from Oakland, graduated from Fremont High School myself. Grew up in seminary in East 16th. So I'm value, working and being a part of this district and trying to help the SSO program, like I did with the foster youth program, become successful in different ways people see success. So far, I've just gone school to school, just kind of touching bases, being there for them, letting them know, I'm more of a liaison to help them and get them going and then kind of tell them what to do. My job is to make sure that they do their job and do what they're supposed to do, but in a relationship way. I'm not a police officer. I'm a normal person like them, and some respect that as far as relationship and me touching bases with them, and I've been very successful so far being able to connect with those SSOs because, like I said, I've already had a relationship with a lot of them, and they've already seen the work that I've done for the past 5 years in the schools, with the administrators, with the kids. So I've got a pretty good response, and everyone has said, they're glad that I'm here and able to help them turn this SSO program around.
Well, and the reason I asked you, Chief, and to reintroduce us to Mr. Milstead, is what you're suggesting or proposing is sounds like a tiered culture and climate model, which has various elements that work together in some way coordinated. Is that what do we have something like that already laid out, or is this something that you are proposing? Because I think this is actually super interesting, especially because Mr. Milstead talked about his experience as a case manager. So, case management, mental and behavioral health, and then SSOs are sometimes seen as a different level. We would want them to have some level of intervention, not simply support. I don't want to use the word simply, but not support, but in necessary having some intervention skills, and if necessary, some some ability to refer to, let's say, the next level up, which would be maybe the officer or something. Is that the model that do we have that model in place somewhere that you could present?
No, I can take that, Chief, unless you want to get into some of the educational pieces.
Just one real quick piece, and I'll let the boss take it over. The reason why he is here is for that specific reason. I had a sergeant that oversaw the school security officer program, right, and I absorbed that position, got rid of it, and hired a civilian position that I wanted them in that particular piece.
Because there's a difference, in a way, it's a different skill set.
Yes.
That's what's really, okay, sorry. I'm all ears.
That's okay. Just so, to your point, just around kind of MTSS and really thinking about tiered systems of support on the behavioral side, So conversations we've had even starting last year, and it kind of relates to the beginning of our conversation at the meeting, which is, what is our long-term plan around our vision for restorative justice? We started off, we had lots of grant funding, and we know we're not at a point where we can just continue to increase staffing. So we're trying to look at some of the roles that we have and the core function, which is supposed to be promoting safety, and starting to think about, how can we reimagine that particular job, since those are investments we're already making. As we're thinking about, how do we sustainably think about how to support schools beyond just one person to really kind of increase those restorative practices. So a lot of the hiring has been really intentional around bringing somebody who has gift and training in terms of building relationships, and really thinking about, how do we think about training and professional development. So it's the start of really trying to get some of that vision work. And in terms of NTSS, again, back to the redesign, we already have models from the community school student services, so it's not something that has to be developed from scratch.
So, but this gets back to the organizational.
I'm sorry, but is it okay if we move on, Director Yee?
I was just going to say that it has to do with the organizational structure. Yes. If the chief of police and the police people are over here, but restorative practice and behavioral health are over here, then the likelihood of them actually coordinating is relatively low. So you have to have some kind of system of command structure, which
Yeah, we have a good working relationship with Barb and behavioral health, and we'll be able to kind of coordinate it and place it together. The two big pieces are the police piece, which the radio calls are consistent, and then you've got in the restorative justice practices your tier 3, which is 80% of your students, and we more fall into that tier 1 and tier 2, where we're more services for some of those other students. But with my SSO coordinator and behavioral health and Barb and David, we'll be able to put something together, I think, that's going to be more proactive as far as the school security officer program is concerned than what we have now.
Thank you, Chief. At this time, we're going to take public comment on this item.
May I make comment quickly? This is Rosie first.
Okay, Director Torres, go ahead.
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, I'll be brief. Well, I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the times that we're living, in the sense that having set up a meeting that was canceled because of conflicts that people had. I think Preston had a conflict, and Barb. Monday we were supposed to meet to discuss this topic, and I want to put a thanks out there to Bob, because I have worked and spoken and dialogued with people from Bob since I've been on the board, and having been a criminal defense attorney in this city, I definitely think it's interesting to know that the reduction of the amount of young people who are being held in juvenile detention centers is a big change in our county that has happened. And so the idea of creating more culture ambassadors in our schools is very timely, with the rest of the country making criminal justice reform a top priority. So I'm appreciating the chief and Preston and others that are listening to this push to repurpose that budget of over $6 million when we've had to make other cuts that were not appropriate for our students, who begged for us not to make cuts for certain things like restorative justice and the Asian Pacific Islander program and foster youth. So I feel that this is exactly where we can make the greatest impact, and also see a student retention, because the bigger issue is when that budget cut happened against the grain of what student leadership voice is. And we heard student leaders earlier tonight at the very beginning of this board meeting, and I'm just so proud that students are not afraid to come forward with whatever it is. And so I feel like this is our opportunity to say we heard you, and we're going to make the drastic changes that are necessary and take a real hard look at how things have been, but they don't have to always be the way it has been in the past. But I also wish that Oakland Police Department would be able to serve our schools better, because I know that most of those calls come from dangers that are not within the school, but on the outside. So I hope that there's more partnership with the city police department as well. And that's all.
Thank you, Director Torres. We are, at this point, going to move to public comment. Thank you.
We have 4: Mike Hutchinson, Asada Olabala, Nika Manning, Carol Delton.
Thank you for that report, Nakia Manning with Black Organizing Project. You said closer to the mic. With Black Organizing Project, also speaking on behalf of folks who couldn't be here tonight. I have many things to say, but I'll keep it limited. To start off, to say the school to prison pipeline does not exist is gutting, particularly for Black and brown people. Beyond it being a slap to the face, it's almost like spit in your face. The school to prison pipeline is not dependent upon the number of citations given out. It is not dependent upon the number of arrests given out. It is actually the fear. It is the historical experiences with police. It is the police that have ripped families apart. It is the trauma that and the triggering that happens every time Black or brown people see police. And so I would just, uplift that. I also want to remind us all that this is not about numbers. This is not about the budget. This is actually about the real and mass criminalization of Black and brown people, about the real and mass incarceration of Black and brown people. This is not us just saying eliminate school police because it's the thing to say, but these are real lives being impacted every time psychologically. It's a welfare. It's a physical welfare. Historically, our experiences are not detached. School police are no different from housing police in our complexes. They are no different than the police in our communities. They are no different than the police that we see traveling to school on public transportation. It is beyond, it is way deeper than just saying let's cut and reduce the budget. These are real lives being impacted. I would also just like clarity around, I heard you lift it up, but just clarity around the difference, or if there is a difference between the total cost for service at sites and the total number of assignments. I would also like to request the dates and reasons for all the complaints made. I heard you read them off, but they're not listed. And then I would also like to request some more details regarding those walkthroughs. Thank you.
Love life and love Black people. It is not sufficient to have someone come up and speak to numbers as relates to incidents. You have to validate that what they are doing is correct and effective. And the only way you can do that is you have to have an independent performance evaluation of your police department. That says whatever they're doing is being done in the right way. All you got tonight was how they responded to things. Usually when we have public safety committee meetings, it is very important to know how many officers are from Oakland. What is the gender breakdown of those officers? Race and ethnic breakdown of officers. How many of the officers are bilingual? How many workshops or training happened during this period related to their jobs that caused them to have growth in their capacity to perform their jobs? Besides incidents, prevention techniques that were used, more scope of, you don't want to just say we intervene in something. How did you stop something from happening? I would like to have known too, how much was involved as it relates to, let me see some of the things, gang incidents. That's very important. How many, we didn't hear that. We didn't hear anything about if there were citations issued. How many unauthorized people were on the campus? Truancy enforcement. Or were they involved in truancy enforcement? If so, what happened? Off-campus incidents that involved students. Okay, so there's a lot of things, but more importantly, the effectiveness of their work. It's not enough to get sent, what did we do? How well did you do what you do? Was it sufficient? Where we need to make changes in what you did based on an independent performance evaluation.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, this is Oakland, California, birthplace of the Black Panther Party. Many of us do not feel safer or safe at all when there's a police presence around us. So I find it highly offensive to cite that the community asked for safe schools, and the interpretation is that that means armed police officers on our school sites. That's not what it means to us. If anything, most of our students feel less safe with armed officers in their presence. And this is what the school to prison pipeline is. It's the over-policing of black and brown bodies. That's what this represents. 1,000 calls in a semester? That's just unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. To hear that the police officers will be the ones in charge of a restorative justice program is offensive. To hear it suggested that they would be culture ambassadors, we're going to have armed police officers as our culture ambassadors at our schools, running those programs, setting those policies, that's offensive. To hear that they were doing behavioral evaluations for 5150s, I thought we're supposed to have mental health services within our schools to do that. Why are our schools calling police officers, why are high schools still calling our police force daily for walkthroughs? Because they think something might happen, because they don't like the way a student looks, because a student is defiant. I'm 46 years old now. I know what that means. I've experienced it my whole life. I experience it here sometimes. We know how this world looks at us. And we know the threat it creates when you put an armed police officer in direct vicinity of our youth. We have a responsibility to protect them. And let's not forget, our school district police force does have a legacy of having killed one of our students before. This is serious, and this is offensive when we have this discussion every time. Hopefully, if we need to have...
Your time is up. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. I did increase the time to 2 minutes this time so that we would stay within the time limits. I will be cutting everyone off after 2 minutes because we did increase the time so that there was more time with less speakers in response to some of the concerns.
Good evening, Carol Delton. I took the numbers that were presented. At 187 days, this is 12 to 13 calls per day. Divided by 8 to 9 officers, that is fewer than 2 calls per officer per day. I divided $1.4 million, the sworn officers, and found that that breaks out to over $150,000 per officer. Just a quick search on the internet showed me that base salary seems to be comparable between OPD and OUSD PD, except that the work year for OUSD PD is considerably shorter. There are additional costs that come to the school district from having our own police force that include training and equipment that are necessary specifically for the policing function versus for an educational function. We're an educational institution, and that's where the resources should be going.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt, when it comes to the police, as a black man, I got some deeply seated reservations about the police. But the police have helped me. There are actual police officers on this force that are my friends. So I'm torn in this situation because I know at times in our life we need the police. There's certain situations to where my daughter was attacked at school, and assaulted by a boy. The outcome wasn't what I wanted it to be, but, you know, I called the police and I sat there for an hour and something waiting on the police. The boy didn't get arrested, and I felt a boy that's damn near my size. My daughter stands 5'5", barely weighs 100 pounds, and this 200-pound boy attacked her. Sometimes we need the police. But I think, again, like a lot of things, we need, as a community, like with the situation when we have the situation with the charter schools, the same thing with our police force. Maybe if we were to interact and have some kind of community involvement, it would suit better to have people have a different ideology about the police. You know, there's police officers in my family. My cousin, she's in North Carolina, she's a lieutenant at the North Carolina police station or whatever, in somewhere little town in North Carolina. So, you know, I had an uncle that was a police officer, San Francisco Police Department. So, you know, as a black man, I've had some bad situations with the police, but I've also had members of my family that are police officers.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? All right, Director Hinhaj.
Thank you, Sari. I just want to relate to that. I have family members that are police officers, and my uncle was actually one of the first black lieutenants and captains in Raleigh, North Carolina. So I don't know that I feel torn. I feel like that this is something that this is a part of our system, and the protection is important, and how we do that, and the relationship is important. So I'm appreciating you, Bob, for years, because you stayed at the table and made sure that like we're accountable. I'm just hoping that we can continue to build the rapport and the relationship, because I think that that's why Mr. Milstead is here, right? Like this didn't exist 3 to 4 years ago. The conversations about interventions didn't necessarily exist. So I think that we're progressing and we're doing what we can, and there are young people that do feel safe, right? So this is not a broad brush kind of conversation to be had. And the last thing, for other people that love labor, these police officers are a part of labor. And so this idea that you can just kind of pluck away a labor collective bargaining unit is really insane. Like, it doesn't happen that way. You can't do it to OEA, you can't do it to SEIU, and you can't do it to our police officers, because they are protected and sworn in the work that they do on behalf of the young people in this district. So I want to continue to have us work, and also, like, I want us to get away from misinformation and people being able to just throw out numbers. So I appreciate you, Chief, for getting down and digging into the budgets and things like that. So more real information is just what we got to do in the world of gaslighting.
All right. So first of all, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
A motion to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
Thank you. This was not a non-voting item, so we will not need to take a vote on that item. At this time, I actually want to skip to page, well, just 1 minute. Director Torres, are you on the line still?
Ask again. You need to ask again.
Director Torres, are you on still? We can't hear you if you are. And Shanti left. She's out? Yes, I will try. All right. Let's move to, there is an item that we need 6 votes for, so we are, okay. I have 2 numbers for her. Okay, so let's go to item T2, This is the enrollment impact analysis for Roots Academy, the after action closure review.
Good evening, directors, superintendent, and staff. Thank you for extending the clock. I want to actually reverse the order of the items. So the Roots After Action Review I want to discuss at the end as the latter part so we can have more time to discuss. I do want to talk about some of the seasonal metrics, enrollment metrics, just so you kind of understand the scale of the work we're doing and the challenges that we're going to be faced with going forward. So there was a document linked in the agenda which you can see yourselves. You should know that in the last 13 months at the Student Welcome Center at Lakeshore, at Lakeview, we've served more than 18,000 families in person. The wait time on average never exceeded 46 minutes. And the challenge that we're facing is 2 of my staff are being reduced for next year, so I'm having to accomplish similar results with fewer people. This year, actually just in the last 2 months, from January 1st to February 28th, our office processed more than 3,048 phone calls, texts, and emails. The response time to those was never exceeded, on average, more than 24 hours. It resulted in more than 5,000 interactions between my staff and the public, and the person on loan from tech services who manages all of that is being reduced. We will not have anybody managing that work next year. The on-time applications, some really good news. Last year, our on-time application rate was higher than even the previous year. Last year, our on-time application rate, this is the number of kids who met the deadline to get in the first round of lottery, was just a little bit over 8,800. This year, by our on-time deadline, the application rate actually grew by more than 600 applicants. We grew up to a little over 9,400 applicants, so there was a significant increase. But the one number that I think that I'm most excited about, and I think it's actually part of our moving to an online system that the parents can have and be more of a, have more participation in. As of last week, on April 2nd, at around noon, when we gathered this data for this meeting, we had already had 78% of those 9,400 people had responded on time. We'd actually never had, in my experience of this, ever more than 50% of people responding on time. So to jump all the way to 78%, but wait, the news gets even better. As of midnight that same day, when I was dealing with the online system, that number had actually increased to 83% of the respondents. So it's proof that the city can handle online technology, as I proposed that they could, and I'm excited to see where we're going to go forward. Having said that, I need the, oh, thank you. Let's move to the Roots After Action Review. So this information is obviously always just like a measuring stick in the water at a certain point. The numbers sometimes have changed since then. I can update as we go. So you approved that these changes to the board policies that we talked about last year and at our last meetings that we were
Sorry,
together.
but your time is up. Thank you for using our service.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Okay. This is just a quick review of the board policy, a slight amendment that you made to 5116.1, which allowed us to and directed us to use the same priorities that we would have applied to incoming Root 6th graders, sibling priorities we would apply to incoming CCPA 6th graders. And it actually resulted in a few more students actually getting into Roots than we would have gotten in before. So it's really important, excuse me? They got a few more students that would have gone to Roots, presumably, got into CCPA using the sibling priority. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear on that. So we did a little bit of a special treatment of the Roots students. We went out and reached out to the families very directly. Principal Vu was extraordinary in helping us get in
contact with family, and nearly 80% of the families received either their first or their second choice of what they told us was their first and second choice. And a lot of that was also done through counseling. I mean, a lot of people's first choice is like the school next door. Well, actually, it just wasn't, it's not pragmatic. So then when we actually started talking out some of the new programs, like Elmhurst United, which is an exciting program that is serving East Oakland, families got really excited by that. And so a lot of families started choosing Elmhurst as their first choice. A lot of families didn't know about Oakland Soul, which is just a couple blocks over, and the kind of program that school offers. So you can see that the majority of families did get their first or second choice. The number that is, I think, the number that I would love to work on, if I could go back and change, is that 18% of families that just said, I'm not participating for whatever reason. Either I'm leaving, or I'm charter, or homeschooling. Actually, since this number was collected, a lot of those families have come back and said, yeah, I actually need a choice now. So when that information comes into our center, my staff is directed that all of those needs are brought directly to me, and I serve the family directly. And as much as I can, I give them their choices that they're offering at that point. One example of this is a number of families that had selected a school in East Oakland, not Elmhurst, but just, they kind of picked it off the list, and we discussed it. We showed them the transportation routes and all of this. But then when they discovered Soul, and they talked and learned a little bit more about Soul, they needed a little more time, actually, to just learn about schools. About 10 of those families came back to me and said, actually, I want to go to Soul. So we were able to direct them to Soul, and it's a powerful dual language program there. This just gives a quick breakdown of the number of kids where they were assigned as of this date. As I said, things have changed. Some people come back to me now, just even like I have in my bag, I have some paperwork from families I need to respond to tomorrow about making some changes. And then this is just sort of an impact analysis of what we predict is, actually, this is just a survey of the different middle schools in Oakland, and as of the 21st of February, how many people picked it first, second, and choice. It's sort of a catalog you can run through. Interestingly, as it pertains to the potential impact of an opportunity ticket, as it was originally proposed by the Oakland Reach, which, we're going to have a superintendent's committee explore the different, and we're starting to form that next week, the actual numbers. There was this presumption that opportunities like that would flood single schools with just overwhelming numbers. But the reality is, like, Edna Brewer actually is a very high demand school, and it had actually we were willing to give away the 7th and 8th grade free seats that we thought we were going to have. We were willing to give those over to Roots kids. And when we counseled families about that, and gave them information about it, and gave them information about the transportation, like two kids filled potentially 20 spots. So I think my point here is, families actually have different metrics on how they select schools, and it's not always how you're evaluating a school. Some families will evaluate a school based upon the distance and what kind of transportation they're going to get. A lot of it will be around the kind of childcare they have relative to that. I think the more important is in terms of impact, and this was prepared by Nana Shu, our Director of Enrollment Policy and Planning, is just a prediction of how much savings, financial savings, we'll have over the next 5 years from the Roots closure. And you can see that each year is roughly about $300,000 of savings from that particular closure. So I'll wrap with that under time, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Questions for Mr. Wilson? Director Yee.
This is just a quick question. What do you estimate is the is the distance to travel for the Roots families to go to the top choice, which was Elmhurst.
So I actually set up a map where I actually mapped out all of their addresses. And I had an interactive so as they came in, I would say, this is where your home is. And then I would do a Google public transit map, and I'd say, your child needs to walk to this corner and walk up to International and get on the, and name the bus. A lot of families, the thought of putting their 12 and 13-year-old on public transit alone is untenable, and as it would be for a lot of people in the world. So it's good that we offered the transportation. It's not necessarily something that everybody was willing to jump at.
Do you have an idea of how far it is to get to, like I'm looking at Elmhurst, let's say Elmhurst, Frick, and Seoul, and Greenleaf. We know that Greenleaf and Seoul are probably walkable.
Yes.
Frick is, I'm just eyeballing it, maybe a couple miles.
It's 1.1 miles.
1.1 mile, and how about Elmhurst? Maybe 2 miles?
That's probably like a couple of miles.
Okay.
We talked with families about walking routes up Havens Court Avenue to Frick.
Thank you. Director Hindenhodge.
Well, I mean, one of the things is that not all kids lived in that neighborhood, right? So I remember in some of these conversations, kids lived in the Elmhurst neighborhood, but were going to Roots, right? Because Roots was a school of choice at one time.
Yeah, I mean, we have families that lived in West Oakland that go to.
So that'd be great to kind of learn more about these family journeys and what's going on. Do you have the 18%? I'm interested in that number. You said that it's changing. Do you have a I would like to get numbers around costs, and I'd also like to get numbers around, do we know kids that went to charter schools or didn't go to charter schools? We clearly have two systems where parents actually have the opportunity to apply for both things, and I don't know if we're talking yet across those systems, but you don't have to answer that at all tonight, but it'd be really great in whatever next update. And when I speak to cost, it's like, again, beginning to get, everyone has said that we're not going to save money, or this is not going to happen. But the more you can help us understand costs, I'm not suggesting that we won't spend money, but I just want to know our real numbers. I don't want everyone else's narrative. To the superintendent, I just want to make sure that our narrative is clear around that. Thank you. Thank you for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? I had a couple questions. Just really quickly, Mr. Wilson, you had said that the number, I think it was like 27 students that had opted out initially. Do you have a more update? You said that that's dropped significantly. Do you have a more updated number for that?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I mean, I just have the personal experience of having processed several families that have come in and saying, I've changed my mind, I do want to participate.
Okay.
So, I mean, we can do a more finalized review. A lot of this data isn't really measurable till the start of school.
It's in flux. Yeah, I understand. And I know that would, just because obviously that would impact this slide also and some of the other slides. And then there was a teacher earlier that had talked about, I guess to the point around transitioning students, and maybe, I know that this is more I'm sorry, it's getting late. This is more about the enrollment impact, but I don't know. I know that, and I see Ms. Renteria here, and I'm not sure if this is the time to talk about it, but I would be interested in terms of the transition of students now that we know where the students are going to go. So how are we ensuring that there's a warm handoff to the new school, and our teachers being aware of where schools are going, or where students are going, so that the groups of students can be working together or transitioning together.
I believe that's an important next phase of that. Actually, Yvette Renteria would have a little bit more information on the interactions with the site staff at Roots.
Oh, great. You don't have to go in full detail, but it just would be helpful to just get a couple snapshots.
So a quick high-level review. Good evening, everyone. In terms of a response and a public comment today around just our staff support, so we actually reached out to the staff February 8th to provide them the support, and we had a HR staff member who actually had a total of, I believe, 8 visits to go visit the staff and to support them one-on-one. So that's from that angle. In terms of letting staff know where students are going, there was an email sent out to them to let them know where students were first choice and second choice, but we did not give a list of individual students and where they're going, but we did share the care package. And then in terms of next steps, we are looking for somebody within our team to support them through that welcoming time, and we're having those conversations now.
Great, okay. So it sounds like that's the next phase of the work. All right, thank you so much for this report. We're gonna move on to public comment now. Public comment on this item.
We have 4 speakers: Mona Lisa Trevino, Kim Davis, Raheem Quinn, Asada Olabala, Mike Hutchinson, Carol Delton.
Mona Lisa Trevino. I'm an OUSD parent and an advocate, and I'm very disappointed that the Roots community isn't here tonight. They weren't notified about this report. They have been asking for this information and just found out about it right before the school board meeting tonight. But that's not anything new in the way that this process has been going, unfortunately. So that's more of the same there. But I want to ask you all to please ask Mr. Wilson if he can separate out the number of students that got their first choice placement from their second choice placement. And if we could get a list of the schools that were requested, the total number of schools and the list of schools that was requested, and the total number of students and families that requested those schools. And I also want to highlight that you all voted to close the middle school that serves the highest percentage of African American students on the Havens Court campus. You're forcing students off of their campus to expand CCPA. And we need to examine why, of the 157 displaced Roots students, 4 whole students are being placed at CCPA at Havens Court.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, I agree. It's, again, a complete slap in the face to the Roots community to have this discussion now, and there's not one person directly from the Roots campus here. So again, you've sent the message to them that you don't really care how they feel, that you're going to tell them. Now, I heard 2 very interesting things in the discussion. First, I heard Mr. Wilson say, call it the Oakland Reach Opportunity Ticket. So it's really interesting to hear district staff cite an organization having their policy instituted as the school board policy, as the district policy. So what other groups are going to be allowed to dictate policy? And why have they been allowed to do that? That's really interesting, especially since they don't represent the Roots community. Going to Elmhurst sure doesn't represent an opportunity ticket. To tell people in order to get your opportunity ticket, it's not really a ticket any place, it's you have to walk through some of the more dangerous neighborhoods in Oakland in order to achieve that opportunity. I also heard Director Hinton Hodge refer to Roots as a choice school. So if Roots is a choice school, why did you close a school that families were clearly choosing? Again, your own information just doesn't make, cognitive dissonance. And if you were serious about this, and if you really cared about those families at Roots, this is one of the many things you would have done before you even proposed displacing them from their school site. And with 1 month left in school, there's still no plan for those families that you gave 6 weeks and decided to close their school and displace them across Oakland. And you still haven't really come up with a reason why. The $300,000 in savings, lastly, is because there's not going to be a principal and administration at Roots anymore. And those schools are being consolidated and having one set of administrators. There is no cost savings by displacing some students to another school. You still have to pay for the same number of students.
Good evening, Board. Carol Dalton. Well, I am not surprised that a number of people, families from Roots, decided that they weren't going to participate in the process. I think it's incredibly important for the district to make note of what the choices of those families are, whether those were families that, for some reason, because it happens to all of us at different times, job changes and so on, who are going to be leaving anyway, or for whom the closure of Roots pushed them out of the district, along with the ADA that their family would generate, not just for the Roots students, but for siblings as well. I agree with Ms. Trevino. It's very important to break out first choice versus, we could call it second or third choice, in terms of not just Roots, but overall. What schools are students being able to enroll in. When you look at the two slides, the Roots closure, the CCPA expansion, you will see that those even out after a couple of years. There's no savings. And finally, I don't believe there's as much of a bright line between a neighborhood and a choice school. People depend on, for example, their commute route to work. That might be the place where they feel it's easier to get to their child in terms of during the day, and they might make that choice.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton.
Love life and love black people. To me, the process is what I'm challenging. The process should have been, in my understanding, is we have to close a school. But before we close this school, we have to put on the plate, where are we going to send these kids? And every child in that school will be in a school that will give them the opportunity to have academic, emotional growth. And we didn't do it. We closed the school first, and then we came up with a solution of how we're going to place these kids in other schools. And that's not the process that should be correctly followed. So I think as we go forward, maybe we can learn from this. Maybe the next time the process will be, we're going to put these kids in a school. If there doesn't have a place to put them, we can't close the school. I just want to let you know that I went to the meeting of the county school board last night, and I heard somebody said urban Montessori is a mess, but on the agenda, urban Montessori was spotlighted, and they had representatives there blowing out all the things they're doing so well, and I didn't know that. And they had students, teachers, and you would, if you didn't know any better, like I didn't, you think that this is one of the best schools in the city. So I'll be back on May the 14th. And I'll be challenging about what this is about urban Montessori, May 14th. And that EPIC thing, they are really pulling back on EPIC. I'll give you one example. Okay. Instead of an annual evaluation, they want that school evaluated every month to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Thank you.
So May 14th, please get involved with that.
Mr. Hunt, it saddens me as a member of the Havens Court District for 25 years. I've lived in that district. I live 3 blocks away from the Roots Academy. I've watched those children grow up. I know some of them children personally. I know their parents. And besides Frick, you're taking away one of our main campuses in our district, if not the main campus of our district for the junior high school children. And I think it's real sad that you're closing an institution that's been basically the roots of our middle school foundation in the Havens Court District. And not to have nowhere for those kids to go is deeply saddening. I really just don't understand your reasoning to close one of the main campuses in my district. Like I say, I know those children. I've watched those children grow up. I've watched some of them children come into adulthood. I've been a member of that community for 25 years. I pass those kids 3 and 4 times a day. And it's wrong. We need to do, not we, because basically you guys need to do something better and keep our main campus in our community open for our children. Because it's not right. It ain't right.
Are there any other speakers on this item? All right, that was a non-voting item. Director Yee?
President Ng, just one point of clarification for me. On the, I've forgotten what slide it is, the outcomes slide. It shows that CCPA is going to expand its 6th grade cohort by 64 students. So essentially, if Mr. Hunt was at Havens Court 25 years ago, you're essentially rebuilding Havens Court, the Havens Court campus. It's CCPA at the Havens Court campus with the kids. Is that true?
Is that a question to me?
Yes,
So yes, I mean, so what's going to happen is each year, the plan is that the incoming cohort of CCPA kids is going to be double what it has been previously. So 628 kids in the 6th grade class each year. Within 6 years, CCPA will have doubled in size.
So essentially, it will be restored to, in some ways, what it was 25 years ago, Havens Court, CCPA at Havens Court, in
Correct.
terms of size and its influence in the community.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yee. All right, we're moving on to item T3. Is there a motion to
I so move
approve
this motion,
item
Madam
T3?
President.
Second.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge, second by Vice President London. Sadly, after 10 wonderful years, our general counsel will be transitioning, and so this is a contract to approve an interim general counsel. This is actually our general counsel's last board meeting. We are making plans to celebrate her in many ways in the coming weeks, but that is an explanation, brief explanation for this item. Is there any public comment on this item?
There are no comments, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
In one moment. Okay, Mike's appointment. Where is that? T3? Okay. Madam Chair, I just wanted to make sure we comply with the statutory requirement. The board is required to note and state for the public that in addition to the contract, that the fringe benefits, the salary and the fringe benefits are $74,250 for the salary, and the fringe benefit cost is $10,272.16 for the time period of this contract concluding July 31st, 2019. With
Noted.
that having
Thank you,
been
Mr.
noted,
Rakestraw.
I will ask you to verify who moved and who seconded.
It was moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Vice President London.
Okay. On the roll call, student directors are absent. Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Torres, absent. Okay, Director Gonzalez, absent. Director Harris, Vice President London,
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. The next item is coming as a recommendation from the Facilities Committee. Vice President London, or
Yes.
Chairperson of the committee, do you want to introduce this?
Yes, so in coming weeks, we're going to see several items related to our opportunity, colleagues, to declare our properties surplus and also to develop an update to our facilities master plan, which was last updated in 2012. This contract that we're being asked to approve tonight is the first step in that. Our facilities department is working from 3 different documents. One is the 2014 asset management plan. The second is the some work that was done by Jacobs as part of the blueprint process, and then there was some more work done as part of the additional blueprint process. So this contract is to pull all these things together. The facilities department did a competitive solicitation. They interviewed some firms, and they are recommending that we enter into this contract with MK Think. I would like to move this item for adoption.
So moved. Or I second it.
Great. Is there any questions for Chairperson London?
I'm accepting of this, but MK Think we've worked with for a long time. I know that there was another RFP that was out, some contractors of color. We couldn't figure out how to get them engaged and involved, and I know that MK Think and they were working together, and so and I know that the RFP is back on the streets, and it's going to take more money and more time. So I'm definitely accepting of all of this, but I've just watched us be very circular with things. So it's not the responsibility of this board at all, but I'm through the superintendent and through your deputy of facilities. I would like to just see a very clean timeline, and then encourage my board members to, be thoughtful, but kind of stay in our lane so that they can kind of move this work. Because this is supposed to be coupled with the 7-Eleven, which now we don't have a consultant to facilitate the 7-Eleven work. And based on the history, I'm not willing to do 7-Eleven work without strong external objective facilitators. So anyway, I'm just saying this, and I can call the question, and I'm glad to vote for it.
We're going to have to take public comment. I just want to make sure there's no other comments or questions. Director Harris?
I gotta say, I'm looking for some guidance, Director London. I am quite disappointed in so we spent $2 million on the blueprint process. We have spent, I don't know, probably $1 million since I've been on the board with MK Think. What is the deliverable, and how is it going to serve us? This I don't get. This is just
we talked about this at the committee, so Director Yee will back me up if I overlook anything, but the 3 different documents don't have all of the information that the staff needs to produce a facilities master plan in one place. So this is going to pull the different pieces of information into a facilities master plan that we can then use to move ahead with our capital program.
And this document will position us to do everything we need to do in terms of potentially putting a bond.
Yes.
Having a complete assessment of our.
Yes. I can see a situation where we may determine that we want to proceed with a bond before. Well, we may give some direction around that in this fiscal year, depending, and we need to discuss if we're going to go out next year, if we're going to do it in March or in November. But the facilities master plan may not. It may not be we may not be able to actually formally adopt it until the fall, but we can still give the direction that this is where we're going. And then we do need to, and we're going to come to the 7-Eleven committee in a minute, so I think I'll hold off on talking about that, but they do fit together. And Mr. White is not here to talk to this, but I don't know if Superintendent wants to add anything. This is what, this is the conversation we had at the committee. Director Yee, did I miss anything?
No.
Okay. And Director Harris, I would encourage you, if you haven't, to really sit down with Mr. White. He's going to be off for a little bit, but when he returns, I would really encourage you to sit with him and just talk with him about the process and what you want to see, and as well you, Director Hittenhodge. I know neither of you are shy in doing that, but I'm.
So, Director or Vice President London, only thing to add was that for the facilities master plan, because just given our record of this last bond and given the importance of that document for the next bond, I just want to make sure that there's going to be, I don't know if it's the bond committee that will be comprised, but that there's some feedback loop for the facilities master plan. Because there were some projects that were taken off the last bond that I would like
Right.
to see prioritized,
And
et
we,
cetera.
we
So-
discussed that, at the committee as well.
Okay.
And that is, yeah.
But,
So there will
there's
be-
no
yeah.
way we can be very, I know you like it linear and concrete, but you can't be that way. I mean, we did we took resources from Measure J to do ISS processes so that Castlemont, if they were doing a redesign, had more resources, right? We, instead of having a 2,500 seat Fremont.
I was just using that as an example,
But
but
I'm
my,
saying we
my
won't-
point, my larger point is that I just want to make sure that there is some sort of feedback loop, given our record on the last bond, that there's some connections.
So we
around
will have an
prior
opportunity,
to-
we will have an opportunity to review this facilities master plan, definitely in the committee, and then with the board, we'll be going through our legislative process, and that, we will work to make sure that that is included in what is brought forward, and you will have your there will be opportunities for board members to weigh in on that.
Okay, thank you. All right,
we
public
call-
comment on this item.
There are none.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Come forward, please.
Oh, there is, okay.
Kim Davis, parent, and I got up bright and early for 2 facilities meetings specifically for this issue, and raised some concerns and questions that I still feel like I don't understand. So, we did pay Jacobs, or at least we contracted with Jacobs for $2.3 million to create a facilities master plan. Mr. White described the work that they did during the facilities committee meeting. He described the work that they did as a mystery to him, which doesn't bode very well. And I know we have a previous master plan, facilities master plan with MK Think, and some of the questions that I had were, how much of what they're going to be doing now for a much, much, much smaller cost than we were expecting Jacobs would do it for. Are they going to be relying on the MK Think data? Are they going to be relying on the Jacobs data, which the facilities department acknowledged was based on faulty and questionable assumptions? It just doesn't feel to me like there is any explanation, and maybe I'm just not getting it, as to what happened with Jacobs, where did that money go, what was it used for, how much wasn't used, how much of that work is going to help what's going on here, how can we imagine that we're going to get a facilities master plan for, I don't even remember what the amount of this contract is, $120,000? When we paid $2.3 million whatever the contract is, it's late, I'm sorry, I don't remember. But my point is that I think that we do have to be realistic about the fact that I don't think this work can be done for the amount that they're saying it can be done unless there's information that we don't have. And we are now putting ourselves in a position where we will once again end up at the end of this either with a huge bill or without a facilities master plan. And so I think there needs to be more thought, more understanding of what's going on here, at least more explanation, so that those of us who are trying to pay attention can understand.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to adopt this item, the contract with MK Think, Director Hinton Hodge? Yes. Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres? Director Gonzalez? Absent. Director Harris? Vice President London? Yes. President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. So motion to...
Madam President, I would recommend that if Director Torres is back on the line.
Is she?
Director Torres, are you there? I guess not.
Director... Oh, bummer. Okay, is there a motion to adopt item T5, which is the
So
appointment?
moved.
Second.
Thank you. This item also was discussed at the Facilities Committee. Technically, it is coming as a recommendation per our committee rules from the President of the Board. Yes, this is a motion to adopt the 7-Eleven committee. The committee will not start meeting until the facilitator is selected, and I believe that's later this spring. But my understanding is that there's a recommendation to go forward with the committee formation. Vice President London, is there anything to add on this item from the Facilities Committee?
I just want to note that we had over 70 people apply to serve on our 7-Eleven committee, so it was pretty robust. There are a number of criteria that need to be met in order to for us to have a fully composed committee in terms of where people live, different socioeconomic things under state statute and also under our own bylaws. And the group that we are bringing forward, we're very confident about and we believe meets all of the criteria. And we want to have them appointed. They've all been notified that the committee may be meeting on a slightly longer time frame, like the whole body of work may be moved back a little bit, but we felt that it was worth it to get the right facilitation services in place and the right process for doing that.
Thank you, Director Lund, or Vice President London. Public comment on this item.
Actually, I'm sorry.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
So the 7-Eleven committee for me, and again, you know, we all live in our delusion. So my delusion was that this was going to be a pretty eclectic, cross-sector, cross-professionalism, cross-experience type group. And so if, for example, we're talking about long-term leases or we're talking about surplus property, we're talking about a citywide plan, we're talking about a portfolio of schools, we're talking about possibly housing, all these different kinds of things to deal with, like our land, it would mean to me that you would have really strong, like, real estate people at the table. You would have people who know how to do affordable housing at the table, not public housing, but affordable housing. That you would have social justice-oriented developers, that you would have charter folks that are doing development work sitting at this table. So this table, to me, is inadequately staffed, and I know that there was some criterion around you had to be a parent, or you had to be D3, or you had to be D7, or whatever, but I would suggest that, again, I'm gonna support it, but I'm gonna push, and so the push that I'm gonna ask for is that in the same way that we had started to do a 7-Eleven, or we had done a facilities kind of task force meeting, that those expert people are allowed to be a part of real conversations, and there is real dialogue with them, because there is no reason for us to be having this conversation and we don't have folks like Ibalsi at the table. Ibalsi's not at the table.
That's a great idea.
And charter folks that have helped build KIPP, that are helping build other schools, that are working on the Prop 51. 3 or 4 people applied. Nothing was given at all to them, right? I know that folks out of my district are pretty like anti-development, et cetera, but have some different ways of thinking about it. So I'm kind of excited about that person. So again, I'm not even sitting here with this bias of like, it's gotta be my folks. But I'm just saying it's got to be a breadth of folks that are on this committee talking about what I think is the work for the next 10 years of this district that I thought I was going to do in the last 10 years, but I didn't. So I'm going to vote yes, but whoever selected this committee did, in my mind, did not do a thorough enough job of representing.
Sir, public comment on this item.
There are none.
Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call for the adoption of this item, which is the appointment of the 7-Eleven committee members, Director Hinton-Hodge.
Can you guys vote?
Who, me? Yes. Sorry, yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Torres, are you on the line? Okay. Director Harris?
Director Harris.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
Thank you. The next item is a compliance item. Is there a motion to approve
So moved.
item T6, moved by Director Yee, a declaration for
Second.
need for the fully qualified educators? It's
Okay, y'all are gonna be mad at me, but I have to comment on this. So I don't know, they moved it.
It was moved by Director Yee, seconded by
'Cause we
Vice President Linden.
Because we sat here 2 weeks ago and we talked about TFA being like the worst thing in the world, and that I think you guys even went up to the, yes, they did. They went up to Sacramento and they pushed against legislation.
One person did. It was individual. We did not put it on a legislative item.
Okay, so I'm just saying, this is like really like, look at what we're doing. Like, so when we, don't support alternative pathways or things like that, I think, okay, yeah, we're resolving to this, but we've got to do something tentative about it. Okay, thanks, that's it. I'll call the question.
Okay. All right, is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the motion to adopt 190451, Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Is there a motion to approve item T7, the provisional internship permit?
I'm sorry, what is that?
T7 was moved by Vice President London. Is there a second?
This is a credential one?
Provisional internship waiver.
So I'll second it, and then I have a comment once again. So this is, we do those, we throw.
Seconded by
Okay, Hinton Hodge.
Director Hinton
Second.
Hodge.
We throw those things out about, other schools don't have credentialed teachers. Every board meeting, we pass a number of schools in Flatlands with teachers who have emergency credentials. And I, pray that we support them and build them up. But again, this is the world that we live in, and so this isolating out certain people are not good or are bad. We are living the same thing. We have to do emergency credentials on most of our kids that are in Flatland schools.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Is there any public comment on this item?
There are none.
Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the motion to adopt 190453, Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Harris? Yes. Director Hinton Hodge?
Yeah.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item T8? This is the variable term program waiver, CBEST B-CLAD.
I'll move it.
Moved by I heard Director Harris first. Do you want to second it, Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes, and I just want to ditto my earlier comments.
Thank you. Is there public comment on this item?
There are none.
Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
All right, Director Harris? Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item T9? This is the restoration of repair work that's needed at Community Day School.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Hinton Hodge and seconded by Vice President London. Is there any public comment on this item?
There are none.
Thank you. Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call?
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee? Yes. Director Harris? Director Harris? Yes. Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's not adopted. It requires 6 members.
Thank you. So we are on the adoption of pupil discipline consent report. Is there a motion to adopt the pupil discipline consent report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Vice President London. Mr. Rickshaw, can we have a roll call for this item?
Any public comment?
Any public comment on this item?
There are none.
Okay, Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Harris? Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. If it's all right, I'm going to skip over the board members' reports. Are we okay with that?
We got to do the parade announcement.
Oh, okay. Director Hinton Hodge, do you want to do the announcement for that?
I don't, because I don't really know the information.
I will tell you. So, as we heard earlier in the superintendent's report, we have two, not one, but two state basketball champions, girls basketball champions in Oakland. There will be a parade this Friday, the 12th, to celebrate our young women from Oakland Tech and Oakland High. The details are probably on the district's website. I don't have all of the times, but it's in the afternoon. They're going to ride around town and then end up at City Hall, and there will be lots of festivities. I also want to announce that Saturday, April 27th, is the 11th annual Ride for a Reason, to go up to Sacramento with your bicycle and tell folks and show folks how important it is that we have full and fair funding in the state of California. That's what I have.
Thank you, Vice President London. Any other reports? Introduction of new legislative matters. Director Harris?
Yeah, I'll leave it as I did before. I spoke to it already. This resolution should be familiar to you. The students brought it forward. This is it again with no strings attached. Would like to see it for consideration pending the superintendent's ability to confirm that we actually get money from the city to pay for some of the restorative justice programming. So for me, that would be May or June. That's all.
Do you have, so are you going to give us something in writing? Because
there's a link on there.
Okay, I'm sorry, it didn't show up
Can you explain that when you say
the
pending
Legistar.
The superintendent said earlier that she had a handshake agreement or something like, I don't know what she's talking about, with the mayor.
So you're saying if an
$1.2
agreement
million.
with the city does not come through, then
I don't know what that is, right? What I know right now is we do not have a plan to pay for critical services for students.
I'm just trying to understand the timing.
And so the timing
You
is
said May
the
or
time
June?
that the board needs to either make a decision as to whether or not to reduce the reserve to pay for those services or not. And so I'm assuming that's by the end of June.
Okay. So we'll schedule it for probably May for first reading. Either the first or second meeting, depending. Sounds good. Is there any other new legislative matter? Our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.